For it was right to enslave one's Christian brother, but it would be okay, it would be morally justifiable to enslave a heathen. That was one kind of rationale that was advanced to justify the slave trade. Another rationale was that Africans were less than human. Africans were devoid of reason, could not reason, were a subspecies of creature. They weren't human, and therefore, again, whereas there might have been some moral opprobrium attached to enslaving one's fellow human beings, in the case of Africans, since they weren't quite human, that kind of treatment of Africans was okay. The most important, however, of all of these rationales that was advanced to try to justify the slave trade was the question of this Hamitic myth. That is, the notion that Africans were cursed by God himself, that Africans had been cursed by God, that God had decreed in his wisdom a very long time ago that Africans would be forever the hewers of wood and the drawers of water for other races. The authority for this idea was said to reside in the book of Genesis, in the story in the book of Genesis. Now, there's a story in the book of Genesis, and there's an interpretation of that story that allowed it to be used to justify African slavery, and they're two different things. The story in Genesis is in Genesis. It's been in the Bible ever since. But the sort of spin that was put on that story that enabled it to become the basis for the Hamitic myth actually comes out of the Talmud, the Jewish holy book, the Talmud. Somewhere around 500 AD or thereabouts, the Babylonian Talmud. Let me just describe the difference between the story as it appears in the Bible and the story as it was spun in the Talmud. According to the Bible, Noah, after the flood, apparently had a vineyard someplace, and he partook of the wine that was produced out of his vineyard. He got himself drunk one night, went into his tent, took his clothes off, as people often do when they get drunk. And according to the biblical story, he had three sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Ham apparently entered the area where his father was lying in his drunken, naked stupor, and Ham, in an act of disrespect, gazed upon his father's nakedness. And apparently went back outside and informed his two other brothers of his father's condition. According to the biblical story, the two other brothers then came inside the tent or wherever, and out of respect for their father, they kind of backed into the tent. They would not look directly at him in his naked condition. They backed into the tent. They covered him with some kind of a garment. And according to the biblical story, when Noah revived, when he, arose from his drunken stupor and realized what had happened, he then cursed Ham's son Canaan and all of his descendants forever, and said that they would be the servants of the descendants of the other two brothers, Shem and Japheth. Somewhere along the line, I'm not quite sure how come, but somewhere along the line, somebody came up with the notion that Ham was the progenitor of the African race, and Shem was the progenitor of the Asian race, and Japheth was the progenitor of the European race. So Noah had three sons of three different races, and he cursed his African son and their descendants, and said that those descendants would be the slaves, the servants of the Asian branch of the family, and also the European branch of the family forever. And that's as far as the biblical story goes. The Talmud, which of course, my understanding of the Talmud, I'm no expert in the Talmud, but my understanding is that the Talmud consists of interpretations, what they call glosses, on various biblical stories. And these glosses or interpretations or spins are supposed to give people who subscribe to the Judaic religion a sort of an authoritative guide as to how to interpret the biblical stories and whatnot. So what the Talmud did then, the Talmud came along, the Babylonian Talmud, around about 500 or so AD, and proceeded to spin this biblical story, and for reasons that are unknown to me. But Ham, again, was said to be the progenitor of the African race. Now, interestingly enough, I've read someplace that early Christians also accepted this notion of Ham being some sort of progenitor of the African race. But apparently, in the Christian tradition, the kind of, overtly racist implications of that fact didn't develop in the same way as it developed in the Judaic tradition. According to the Talmud, Ham was the original African, and when God, through Noah, cursed Ham and his son Canaan and all his descendants, he was in fact cursing the African race. Now, this was the unique new element to the story that the Talmud originated. That the curse on Ham and Canaan was not only a curse on an individual and his family, but it was a curse on a race. So here, this is the contribution then of the Talmud. That God, through Noah, cursed the African race. And the Talmud proceeded to embellish the story in the most delightful, should I say, ways. For example, the Talmud said that there was ample proof that God was in fact cursing the African race. It said, for example, that because Ham had gazed upon Noah's nakedness in the dark of night, that the African race was henceforth turned black. So that the blackness of the African became a sort of a visible indication of that curse. The Talmud said that because it was dark at night when Ham entered that tent and looked upon his father's nakedness, he had to open his eyes, he had to buck his eyes, as they say in America, to see his father in the darkness. And that's why Africans had big eyes. The Talmud said, and I'm going to quote all this exactly in a minute. I'm not making this up. It sounds incredible, but I'm actually paraphrasing a gentleman by the name of Harold Brackman, a man who worked until recently for the Simon Wiesenthal Center of all agencies. He wrote all of this in his dissertation. And it might not surprise you to discover that once people like myself began quoting what this guy Brackman wrote, I'm sure you can guess what happened next. And that is that Brackman denied he had ever written this stuff. This stuff is in Brackman's PhD dissertation. It's called The Ebb and Flow of History. Anybody here can easily read it. You can get it in any library. If they don't have it, they'll get it for you interlibrary loans. It's called The Ebb and Flow of History. It's a PhD dissertation, I think in the history department at UCLA, 1977, by Harold D. Brackman, who I believe up to a couple of years ago, maybe even now, is or was until recently a functionary of the Simon Wiesenthal, or is it Wiesenthal Center. But despite the fact that his writings are clearly in a public record, that anybody, an undergrad student can access this stuff and check it for themselves, once the story got out, he quickly denied it ever written this. This man actually wrote letters to the New York Times. I believe I have the actual footnotes here in the Jewish Onslaught concerning all this. This man wrote letters to the New York Times. He wrote a slew of letters to black publications all over this country, denying all of this stuff, even though it's right there on the record. So I'm using very good evidence here when I paraphrase what he's saying. Brackman tells us that because, and here it gets to be totally hilarious. Now, these Jewish rabbis, the sages, they call them, wise men who put together this Talmud, they actually invented. I mean, they sort of elaborated on the biblical story. It's like a jazz musician who improvises. Well, they improvised on the story. They did a whole elaborate improvisation in the story. And somehow, Lord knows how come, but they came up with the notion that Ham, when he went into that tent and looked upon his naked father Noah, that Ham buggered his father. He had anal intercourse with his father. And because he had anal intercourse with his father, that's the reason, and here I'm citing Brackman, that's the reason why part of the curse was to give black men large sexual organs. So all of this was part of the curse. The black skin, the big eyes, even the kinky hair too, big sexual organs, all of this. So, as amazing as this may seem, this transpired 1,000 years before the beginnings of the transatlantic slave trade. And when the slave trade came into being, this notion of the Hamitic curse was revived, and it became both for Jews and for Christians, it became the most pervasive of all the attempts to rationalize that slave trade. Let me quote the exact words of Harold Bachman, lest you suspect that I'm making this up. I'm quoting here from Harold Bachman, the dissertation I mentioned a minute ago, The Ebb and Flow of History. Quote, "There is no denying," this is on page 34 in case anybody who has the book feels like reading along with me. I know several of you have the book on it. This is on page 34 in the middle of the page. Second new paragraph. "There is no denying that the Babylonian Talmud was the first source," and listen to how unequivocal he is here. It was the first, the very first. In other words, this is Bachman from the Simon Wiesenthal Center acknowledging that the Talmud was the place that invented the story of the Hamitic curse. "There is no denying that the Babylonian Talmud was the first source to read a Negrophobic content into the episode." Here he is referring to the episode of Ham looking upon his father's nakedness. He goes on to suggest that these early sages, some of them, impose this homosexual sort of spin onto the story. Quote, he says, Rab is one of these sages. He says, Rab maintained that Ham had unmanned Noah. So Ham, according to this sage, had actually castrated his father. While Samuel is some other sage, Samuel claimed that he had buggered him as well. Both unmanned him and buggered him. Now, how this arose out of the biblical story, I'll never understand. Let me continue to quote from Bachman here in his dissertation. Quote, he is discussing here various slightly diverging, variants of this myth. He goes on to say, quote, "The more important version of the myth," that's the Hamitic myth, however, "ingeniously ties in the origins of blackness and of other real and imagined Negroid traits with Noah's curse itself. According to it," that's according to this most popular version of the Hamitic myth, "according to it, Ham is told by his outraged father that because you have abused me in the darkness of the night, your children shall be born black and ugly." This is in the Talmud. "Because you have twisted your head to cause me embarrassment, they shall have kinky hair and red eyes." So if you ever wondered about the origin of the kinky hair and the red eyes of black folk, here you have it. "Because your lips jested at my exposure, theirs shall swell." That's why black folks have thick lips. "And because you neglected my nakedness, they," that is your children, the children of Ham and Canaan, "they shall go naked with their shamefully elongated male members exposed for all to see." So there you have the origin of a whole variety of stereotypes pertaining to African folk. So the Hamitic myth then is where you really have to begin, in terms of a discussion of the Jewish role in the slave trade. They provided the rationale par excellence for the prosecution of that slave trade. Some years after the Babylonian Talmud, sometime in the Middle Ages, a man who I believe they consider to be perhaps one of the greatest philosophers ever, a man by the name of Maimonides, actually also contributed to that notion of Africans being subhuman when in his famous book, Guide to the Perplexed, when he, Maimonides, suggested, again, that African people were less than human, that they were somewhere between monkeys and human beings. This is Maimonides, a man who is one of the most revered of all of these Jewish sages. So by the time then that the slave trade came along, then, there was this tradition which had been floating around Europe, and it was seized upon then by the slave traders, Jews and Gentiles alike, as a basic rationale. There were other areas, in which the Jewish presence was very manifest. For example, although I don't know a whole lot about this aspect of it, but my understanding is that Jews were in fact very prominent in as slave traders, in the centuries prior to the beginning of the Atlantic slave trade. My understanding is that Jews, for many years sold Muslim slaves to Christians and sold Christian slaves to Muslims, and they were sort of accepted as the slave middlemen by both sides. And this is, a long time before the Atlantic slave trade came about. The earliest multinational corporation involved in the Atlantic slave trade was something called the Dutch West India Company. And again, it often surprises people to discover that even in this early period, globalization was already a very, fairly entrenched phenomenon. The slave trade was a great example of globalization. Here you had the Dutch West India Company, out of Holland, of course, which went to West Africa. They had their own private army. They established forts on the West African coast. They had their own fleet of ships and so on. They had their own administrators. Sometimes they would govern areas. They had their own governors, administrators, and whatnot. They were almost like it was almost like colonization, via private enterprise. It was like privatized colonization, and all of this, of course, transpired with the sanction of European governments. These were like surrogate governments almost. These chartered companies, as they were often called. So the Dutch West India Company in the 1600s then was the pioneer in this kind of multinational, globalized prosecution of the slave trade. And apparently a large number of the shareholders, the stockholders in this Dutch West India Company were Jews. The Jews had been chased out of Portugal and Spain. They had been chased out of all kinds of places. They found some respite from their wanderings in Holland. They became an influential factor in Holland. And I've seen a variety of figures. This too is an area of some controversy. I've seen estimates varying from 25% to 50% concerning the stake of Jewish stockholders in the Dutch West India Company. But suffice it to say that they were an important element in the Dutch West India Company, which was the preeminent entity carrying on the slave trade in the early period. The Dutch West India Company was responsible for importing, the earliest slaves to places like Brazil, to some parts of the Caribbean, either directly or indirectly, I think, to this country as well, in a very early period, in the 17th century. In many areas in the Americas, Jews were a dominant element in the slave trade. In Brazil, for example, in the 17th century, Jews were a dominant element in the slave trade. They owned a large number of the plantations. They were often very importantly positioned in other aspects, not necessarily the plantation aspects, but things like, say, the importation of slaves, things like the warehousing of slaves, things like the auctioning of slaves, things like the provisioning of slaves, things like manning slave ships, provisioning slave ships. In New England, for example, at the height of the Atlantic slave trade, rum became a major economic venture in New England, places like Providence, Rhode Island, places like Boston and so on. And rum was a major factor in the slave trade because rum was one of the major items of trade, one of the major items that slave ships carried when they went to West Africa to trade and exchange for slaves and so on. And I believe that at one point all the rum distilleries in Boston were owned by Jews. I think there was something like 18 or something like that rum distilleries. So in all of these areas, both directly and in terms of ancillary industries feeding the slave trade, Jews were very, very important. Apart from Brazil, Jews were again dominant factors in many other parts of the area. For example, in Curacao, a Dutch island in the Caribbean. The majority of folks involved in the slave trade in Curacao were Jews. At one point in Suriname, which again was a Dutch colony right next to Brazil in South America, Jews were again a very important part of the slave trade in Suriname. There was an English soldier by the name of John Stedman who went to Suriname in the late 1700s as part of a mercenary force raised by the Dutch to try to fight against the maroon slaves. Those were the escaped slaves who established an independent existence in the interior and gave the slave regime a lot of trouble. And Stedman wrote a very fascinating book concerning his experiences in Suriname, and there are several references in Stedman's book to the presence of Jewish slave owners and so on. There was one large plantation area in Suriname called Jew Savannah. Jew Savannah. And according to Stedman, the Jews were very often the most cruel of the slave owners. They played a very prominent role in torturing slaves and so on. He has several little vignettes that he mentions in there concerning the kind of cruelties that were meted out to slaves by both Jewish men and women. There's one case he describes there of a maroon slave leader, a man called Jolicoeur, French Jolicoeur, beautiful heart. Don't know where he got that name from, Jolicoeur. But apparently Jolicoeur, again, was a rebellious slave. He led a slave uprising, and on one occasion, apparently, the Maroons were fighting against, some of these people from Jew Savannah. And according to Stedman, they captured a Jewish slave owner named Schultz. And apparently Schultz was the man that Jolicoeur, the slave owner that Jolicoeur had escaped from as a young boy. And Jolicoeur remembered that this guy Schultz had apparently ravaged his mother and so on. And Stedman describes a very, very, very harsh vengeance that was wrought by Jolicoeur on Schultz. He flayed him, cut his skin off, then used his skin to keep the powder dry, the powder for his cannon or whatever, and used his head to play football with. Jews were also very prominently present in non-Dutch parts of the Caribbean, places like Barbados, places like Jamaica, St. Thomas, and many of the other islands as well. There's been a big debate that has arisen concerning, whether Jews were the dominant element or not, or whether they were even an important element. But much of that discussion has taken place in the context of the United States of America. In the U.S., it may not be correct to say that Jews were as dominant in the slave trade as they were in parts of, say, the Caribbean or Central America. Nevertheless, Jews were an important part of the slave trade in this country, in the US of A, anyway. In fact, in the US of A, Jews apparently played a role in the slave trade that was greater than their numbers in the overall population would suggest. Just as in 1992, a study done based on the Forbes magazine list of the richest people in America for 1992, a study based on that list discovered that something like 33% of the billionaires in the US of A were Jews, based on the Forbes list of 1992, at a time when Jews claimed to be 2.5% of the United States population. So just as in 1992, they were overrepresented in the high echelons of this country, just so during the slave trade, even though their numbers may have been relatively small, and many of the people who have tried to refute, the suggestion that Jews were prominently involved in the slave trade in this country, many of those people have put forward figures suggesting that Jews were only a very minute portion of the overall American population. Yes, they were a very small percentage of the American population, but that has nothing to do with their role in the slave trade, the importance of their role. Their role was much greater than their numbers in the overall population would suggest. As a matter of fact, a Jewish historian has done a study of the 1830 census in the South and has come up with the conclusion that something like 75% of Jewish households in the South, in this country, in 1830, owned slaves, whereas the percentage for white households generally was only something like 36%. So the Jews were approximately twice as likely as non-Jews, as the white population, to own slaves in this country, in the South, in 1830. So again, we're talking here about, proportions rather than absolute figures. Some of the most important slave ship owners in colonial America were Jews. Perhaps the best known of these is a man called Aaron Lopez. I noticed that many of these persons had Spanish or Portuguese sounding last names, and that's because they were Sephardic Jews. When this whole question arose, around my involvement in all this, many Jews were heard to say that there were no Jews in America prior to the 1880s. In fact, Nathan Glaser, a very famous academic out of Harvard University who should know better, he actually wrote that there's no way the Jews could be responsible for the slave trade in America, since there were no Jews here, he said, before 1880. Of course, there were European Jews here in the 19th century before 1880, German Jews and so on. But there were Sephardic Jews here from the very beginning. You know, from the 17th century, there were Sephardic Jews coming in here to New York and later to other places. So hence the Spanish-sounding names like Nunez, names like Lopez, names like Castro, interestingly enough, names like Ferreira, Herrera, Gomez. All of these names, interestingly enough, suggested Jewish origin in colonial times. As somebody was saying to me yesterday, you could usually get a hint of their Jewishness from their first names. It was you, okay. The last name might be Gomez or Nunez or Castro, but the first name might be Jacob or David or something like that. Aaron. So Aaron Lopez was out of Newport, Rhode Island. He was one of the largest slave ship owners in colonial America. This man had a fleet of ships for many years. He sent his ships to West Africa. They traveled from West Africa to the Caribbean, to Barbados, to Jamaica, St. Thomas, places like that. He had members of his family situated in the Caribbean. He had a whole network going on. And he brought slaves back here as well. Many of his slaves helped to build some famous synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island in colonial times. Despite the fact that, oh, by the way, Jews were also involved in other aspects of the trade. My time is running out, so I'm going to be quick here. For example, they were involved again in provisioning slaves here in this country, as they were in other areas as well. Providing the kind of coarse cloth that slaves wore, things like that. They had a hand in providing the kinds of restraints and handcuffs and chains and padlocks and those kinds of things that were used to sort of enforce servitude of the Africans as well. Interestingly enough, despite the prominence of Jews in this African slave trade in this country, in the US of A, their prominence in the African slave trade was not matched by a similar prominence in the abolitionist movement. In fact, some of the Christian abolitionists noted this apparent contradiction. In fact, let me quote you here a very interesting statement put out by Christian abolitionists. This is 1853. It's from the American and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society report, 1853. Quote, "The Jews of the United States have never taken any steps, whatever, with regard to the slavery question. As citizens, they deem it their policy to have everyone choose whichever side he may deem best to promote his own interests and the welfare of his country," etc., etc., etc. This statement concludes as follows, quote, "The objects of so much mean prejudice and unrighteous oppression as the Jews have been for ages, surely they, it would seem, more than any other denomination, ought to be the enemies of caste and friends of universal freedom." Such, however, was not the case. There were very few and far between as far as the abolitionist movement was concerned. So this then is the reality of Jewish involvement in the slave trade. And that's the reality that I faced then in 1993 when I stumbled into this controversy simply by exposing my students to the fact that Jews, like everybody else, had been involved. And of course, I did not deny the involvement of anybody else. I did not even deny the involvement of African collaborators. And for years I had taught Christian involvement. And up to now, I'm still somewhat surprised that everybody else, seems willing to acknowledge their involvement in the trade. But for some reason, this is the only group that not only refuses to acknowledge their involvement, but becomes, very, 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 very upset when that involvement is mentioned. I won't have time to go into my particular situation. It's all here in the Jewish onslaught. I'll just say very briefly before I wrap up. I was just told I have about 3 more minutes left. But this controversy assumed enormous proportions. I'm still surprised. Here was something as simple as my teaching this information, which is all well documented. The book that I was using, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, put out by the Nation of Islam, that book relies almost 100% on Jewish sources. But what is interesting, though, is that even though the Jewish academics and authoritative sources like the Encyclopedia, Judaica, even though these sort of academic, esoteric Jewish sources were quite forthcoming in acknowledging their role in the slave trade, the popular Jewish press and the popular Jewish populace, I guess, many of them were either unaware of all this or refused to believe it. I remember some Jewish alumni writing into the to the Wellesley College Alumni Magazine, suggesting that my teaching, the Jewish involvement in the slave trade, was akin to suspending the rules of grammar in an English class. The end result of all this is that the role of Jews in the slave trade, something which was unknown to many folks prior to 1993, something which was largely unknown to me, because of the hullabaloo created by the Jewish media and so on, I think that has, in a sense, had an effect that they perhaps did not anticipate. And that is that something which was in fact a secret relationship is no longer secret. The whole world is now aware of the fact, thanks to the hullabaloo created by the Jewish media, of the Jewish involvement in the slave trade. And even though there has been an incredible effort since 1993 on the part of the Jewish media to sort of counterattack. For example, the Amistad movie was part of that counterattack. The Amistad movie very subtly suggested that Africans were the ones responsible for their own enslavement. The Amistad movie, put out by Steven Spielberg, actually had an African slave. Imagine this. Steven Spielberg actually had an African slave in the Amistad movie, saying, I did not see the movie, by the way, I refused to see it, but I was told that Spielberg actually had an African slave in this movie saying that he was so sorry for the great suffering that, the Jews had gone through, and whatnot, and that nobody in the world, this was an African slave, a man who was on death row, in jail, fighting for his life as an African slave. And Spielberg has this man saying that he had just read the Bible, and these folks had suffered so much, etc., etc. Nobody in the world had suffered as much as they had. The whole question of late of an alleged slave trade in the Sudan. Now, there may indeed be a Muslim slave trade in the Sudan. There may, and I know, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. But the whole attempt to elevate this into a new great anti-slavery crusade, that too is one of the means by which the Jewish establishment has tried to kind of smother, cover up, their own involvement in the slave trade. I don't know how many books on the slave trade have been published by Jews in the last 6-7 years. I've lost count, but it could easily be a dozen. That they keep just churning out these books. But the more noise they make, the more people become aware of the fact that, that there is a Jewish involvement in the slave trade. So I think that to a large extent, I think they have kind of shot themselves in the foot this time around. They have let the genie out of the bottle. I don't know how they'll ever get that genie back in the bottle. I don't think they'll find a way. So let me again end right here by thanking you for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, David Irving.
What's up, my brothers and sisters, and thank you very much for this beautiful occasion. Yes, it is indeed true that Jews invented the Hamitic myth, whereby it was said that Ham, the son of Noah, was cursed in the book of Genesis. And somehow it was said that Ham was the progenitor of the African race, and that all Africans would be cursed and enslaved for time immemorial because of this so-called biblical curse on Ham. We now know that it was Jewish scholars who invented the story of the Hamitic myth, which has plagued black people from that point on. Yes, it is true. We now know that Jews were very importantly involved in the slave trade in medieval times, both, as Professor Clark has said, in the East, in the Arabic areas, and also in Europe. That is even before our African slave trade to the Americas. Yes, it is true, as we now know. The Jews were the ones who invented what came to be known as white slavery, whereby Jewish entrepreneurs in Europe in the late 19th century prostituted their own Jewish women, sent them around the world as prostitutes. What came to be known as white slavery. Yes, it is true, as we now know, the Jews were heavily invested in the Dutch West India Company. The Dutch West India Company, that company which was a private corporation doing the job of colonizing, which was responsible in large measure for the African slave trade. The Dutch West India Company that owned the Elmina Fort in what is now Ghana. The Dutch West India Company that brought slaves from Africa to the Caribbean, to South America. The same Dutch West India Company that brought the first slaves to New York, when it was still New Amsterdam. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that the Jews were the major element in the slave trade in Brazil in the 1600s, in Suriname, in Curacao, in Barbados, in Jamaica. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that the two largest single shipments of slaves coming into this country in the 18th century were on ships owned by Jews. It is true, as we now know, that Aaron Lopez, biggest slave ship owner in the United States of America, was a Jew. It is also true, as we now know, that all the rum distilleries in Newport, Rhode Island, in the era of the slave trade were owned by Jews. Rum, as we know, was a very important item in the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that there was a higher per capita ownership of slaves in the United States of America by Jews than by white Gentiles. We now know from the 1830 census of the US of A that something like 75% of Jewish households own slaves, as opposed to just 30-odd% for the white population as a whole. All of this information is contained in the secret relationship between blacks and Jews. And all of this information is based on the work of Jewish historians. So how come that we have a situation, an amazing situation developing here, where the Jewish leadership in this country is trying to deny the undeniable? And the only reason why the Jewish leadership has been able to place itself into this untenable and indefensible position, it seems to me, is because they have become drunk with power. They have gotten into the habit of easy victories over our people. Professor Clark said no more easy victories. They have won some easy victories in the past, and they have become so drunk with the power coming out of those easy victories, and have become so arrogant and so conceited that they have come to the point now where they believe that they can in fact defend the indefensible. The Jeffries case has shown that the time has come to an end, that from now on they will be forced to deal on an intellectual level with an aroused black community, and once we force them to deal on an intellectual level, the Jeffries case has shown, and I hope that my case will show, that they cannot win. Jewish power over black institutions in this country is based in large measure on the apparent liberalism of Jews in relation to black people in the 20th century. And what this book does, by showing the Jewish role in slavery and the slave trade, it punctures that balloon, that liberal balloon. It shows that Jews were in fact not a liberal community as far as black people were concerned for most of the history of Africans in America. And so as soon as that balloon is punctured, the whole apparatus of Jewish power over black people, which rests on this alleged Jewish liberalism, then becomes in a very perilous situation. And that, to my mind, partially explains the frenetic, crazy, insane way in which the Jewish community has tried to defend the indefensible by trying to deny their involvement in the African slave trade. Now, Jewish liberalism, like I said, is a 20th century phenomenon. Apparent Jewish liberalism is a 20th century phenomenon. Clearly, they weren't liberals during the slave trade if 75% of the Jewish households had slaves, and if they owned the largest shipments of slaves coming to this country, and if they owned all the rum distilleries in Newport, Rhode Island. The major initial apparently liberal activity of the Jewish population in relation to African Americans was in the formation of the NAACP in 1909. Much of that claim to liberalism lies in the fact that many major influential Jewish persons were among the founders of the NAACP. Some of the founders of the NAACP were not only prominent Jews, but were actually leaders of the American Zionist movement. You had the leaders of the American Zionist movement founding the NAACP. Could you imagine if Marcus Garvey had founded the ADL? Would anybody have taken Marcus Garvey seriously as a Pan-Africanist if he had founded the American Jewish Committee? They would instantly have looked at his motivation for so doing. Now we have discovered what the motivation is. Even as I speak, for the last 2 or 3 months, amazing revelations have been coming out in the press. Revelations suggesting that Joel Spingarn, the Jewish chairman of the NAACP, was actually spying on his own black NAACP membership. Spying for US military intelligence. What kind of a liberal was that? Marcus Garvey, our most perceptive leader. Brother Ilombe was talking about race first, but this is amazing. Race first, as Ilombe said, was written 20 years ago as a PhD dissertation. But in race first, there's a quotation that goes something like this. And here Garvey is talking about white liberals. He didn't zero in on Jews per se, but he was talking about the white liberals in the NAACP, many of whom, as we know, were in fact Jews. And Garvey said that the white liberals were only about what he called disarming, disvisioning, and disambitioning the Negro, as he put it. He said that the white liberals were only about removing the African from the path of self-reliance and self-determination. And then Garvey went on to make a very significant statement. He said the liberals in the NAACP were nothing but spies. These are the exact words of Garvey, quote, spies for the rest of the white race, unquote. If one wants to really see the liberalism of the whites and Jews in the NAACP, one has to look not on the fact that they founded the NAACP, one has to look at their attitude towards Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. In the UNIA, we had at the very same time the major organization in our history attempting to provide for us self-reliance and self-determination. And the white liberals, Jew and Gentile, in the NAACP targeted Marcus Garvey's effort at self-reliance as their major objective to attack. So here you find the real liberal agenda of the whites and Jews in the NAACP in the attitude to Marcus Garvey. The man, as has been said earlier, who sent Marcus Garvey to jail in his famous case in 1923 was Julian Mack. And Julian Mack wasn't only a Jew, he was also an influential member of the NAACP. At the beginning of the trial, Marcus Garvey and his lawyers asked Judge Mack to disqualify himself. Here was this man who was a member of the NAACP, which had been waging a campaign against Marcus Garvey, the Marcus Garvey Must Go campaign. Members of the very same NAACP had written, right around the time that Garvey was indicted, they had written a letter to the Attorney General of these United States telling him that Garvey was a criminal, asking him to put Garvey in jail and or deport him. And here you had a representative of that very same organization sitting now in judgment over Marcus Garvey. And as Brother Ilombe said earlier, not only was Judge Mack a Jew, he was also a leader of the American Zionist movement. Over the years, many misguided people over the years have called Garvey a quote-unquote Negro Zionist. Nothing could be further from the truth. If Garvey was a quote-unquote Negro Zionist, then the Zionist judge would have let him off. You had a rare Zionist judge giving Garvey the highest possible fine, the longest possible term of imprisonment, and as if that wasn't enough, then charging him the entire costs of the trial, which was about 10 times the maximum fine. So that was a real Zionist now, dealing with the person who they call a Negro Zionist. And if you ever wanted any proof that there was nothing Zionist about Garvey's organization, here is the proof. During the Civil Rights Movement, especially the early phase of the Civil Rights Movement in the 1950s, early 1960s, the Jewish claims to liberalism again came to the fore. The Jewish historians now tell us that something like 75%, they say, I have no reason to argue with them, they say that something like 75% of the funding for the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, for SCLC, Martin Luther King's organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, they now tell us that something like 75% of the funding for those organizations in the 50s and early 60s was coming from Jewish sources. 75%. They're now telling us that Martin Luther King's most influential advisor was a Jewish man by the name of Stanley Levison. They're now telling us that Stanley Levison drafted Martin Luther King's speeches. I suspect he must have drafted his books as well, because if you look at Martin Luther King's last book, Where Do We Go From Here?, you find a very strange attack on what he calls black anti-Semitism. So it might very well be that Levison must have helped draft that book as well. We are now told that Levison was in charge of King's finances. We are now told that Levison was King's quote-unquote chief strategist. So here you had an incredible position of power and influence in the black civil rights movement. And much of what has happened in the last 20 years in Jewish-black relations can be explained around the question of that incredible power and influence which the major Jewish organizations had during the early phase of the black civil rights movement. Because what happened when the black power movement came into being in the middle of the 1960s was that the black power movement, without necessarily focusing on Jews per se, but the black power movement, just because it insisted on self-determination and self-reliance of black people, it began to look critically at the role of white people. And again, I'm not aware that the black power movement focused in on the white people as Jews, but they began to look at the role of alien people and the incredible influence which they had within our movement. And the black power movement, thanks to people like Carlos Cooks, people like Malcolm X, people like Stokely Carmichael, now Kwame Ture, H. Rap Brown, that whole generation, Assata Shakur, that whole generation, that black power generation began to say the time had come. As Marcus Garvey said in his famous essay on African fundamentalism, the time had come for us to take control over our own affairs. And so without necessarily targeting Jews as Jews, the black power movement, insofar as it expelled white people from the movement, automatically struck a very severe blow at that incredible Jewish power which had developed within the civil rights movement. And my suspicion is that once the Jewish establishment realized from the mid-60s on that they could no longer direct the black struggle from within, they seem to have taken a strategic decision that the next best thing was to try to destroy it from without. And so from the late 1960s on, you find a whole string of incidents bearing out my thesis. You had the Ocean Hill-Brownsville business back in 1968 in Brooklyn, where the Jewish teachers and the Jewish community generally destroyed the efforts of black parents to control the curriculum of their own schools, to control the education of their own children. You had the Baki case, among other cases. The Baki case is the most well-known of several court cases. In the Baki case, it was 1977, where you had a white man in California challenging the whole concept of quotas for black students in medical school. The case didn't involve Jews. The major Jewish organizations, the Anti-Defamation League, the American Jewish Committee, American Jewish Congress, they inserted themselves into the case. The case didn't concern them. They voluntarily entered the case as so-called friends of the court to argue, to file briefs, and to argue against the concept of affirmative action quotas for black people. Here you had major Jewish organizations representing Jewish people who today are the recipients of perhaps the largest reparations in history. The Jewish state of Israel has received billions of dollars in reparations from Germany over the last few decades, billions of dollars. And here were black people struggling to maintain the absolute minimal reparations, a few quarters in medical school. And here were the recipients of the world's greatest reparations in history, entering into this Baki case to destroy even that little modicum of reparations that black people were getting via a few little extra places in medical school. You had the Dubé case, which Milombe mentioned earlier, at Stony Brook, where the South African professor gave his class a series of essays. One of the essays was Zionism as racism, which at the time was a very topical question. It was being debated. In fact, the United Nations, I believe, actually passed a resolution to that effect. It was a very topical academic issue at that point. All the man did was to insert this among a whole list of possible essay topics. The result, he lost his job. You had the case of Andrew Young in 1979, the darling of the integrationist, traditionally pro-Jewish establishment. And even Andrew Young fell victim to Jewish wrath in this period. Andrew Young was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Here was a U.S. ambassador to the United Nations trying to mediate a problem between Jews and Palestinians. And he decided, as any rational person would do, that the only way to mediate a problem between two people is to talk to both of them. He had a meeting with the PLO. The result was that he lost his job. Around the same time that Andrew Young had his meeting with the PLO, a Jewish U.S. ambassador to Austria, a man named Wolf, also met with the PLO. Did he lose his job? No, of course not. He was a Jew, he could do what he wanted. Andrew Young was judged by a different standard. He wasn't supposed to do what the Jews didn't like, even though the Jews could do what the Jews didn't like. But Andrew Young, as a black man, couldn't do what the Jews didn't like. You had the ongoing situation of Crown Heights. I recall, and I'm sure everybody here in this room is much more familiar than I am with the case. I think it was in the 70s where the young black man was killed by Jewish vigilantes in Crown Heights. Of course, we had the more recent situation in Crown Heights again over the last couple of years. Even Nelson Mandela was not exempt from Jewish wrath in this period. When Nelson Mandela came here to New York in 1990, on Ted Koppel's Nightline show, I distinctly recall Ted Koppel telling Nelson Mandela that he better go along with the Jewish agenda or risk losing support in America. And that in itself was a very revealing statement from Ted Koppel. Because what Koppel was saying in effect was that we Jews, he was saying, have the power in this country to deny you aid unless you go along with our agenda. That is what Koppel was in fact saying. It's not what he precisely articulated, but if you read between the lines, that is what he was saying. And Mandela, all praises due to him, had the courage, the strength to tell Ted Koppel on international TV, Mr. Koppel, he said, your enemies are not my enemies. By some strange coincidence, Jesse Jackson was sitting in the front seat as this exchange was going on between Ted Koppel and Mr. Mandela. And I remember sitting by my TV and looking intently at the face of Jesse Jackson and wondering what was going through his mind and if perhaps he was learning something he didn't know before, something about dignity and self-respect. Of course, Jesse himself is another example of this incredible Jewish onslaught against black folk for the last 20 years. In both of his presidential campaigns, Jesse Jackson was harassed by the Jewish community. In fact, the Jews became perhaps his largest single opponents during both of his campaigns. So my own case comes in that kind of a historical context. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes out of that context. Here I am using a book, a well-documented scholarly book, the secret relation between blacks and Jews in my African American survey class, and somebody decides that black folk aren't supposed to use this book. For several months before I used the book, the organized Jewish leadership had been very assiduously and systematically attacking the book in the press. And all of us know how the Jewish establishment operates. By attacking the book, first they attacked the book, they called it anti-Semitic. Then they got a few Negro stooges to get up and attack the book too. And what they were doing was serving notice on all the other black professors out there, y'all better not use this book, is what they were saying. Well, of course, I haven't been studying the Honorable Marcus Garvey for the last 20-odd years to let Jew or Gentile tell me which book is appropriate for my class. And so, naturally, I paid no heed to their warning. One of the Jewish newspapers, I believe it was the New York Forward newspaper, published by the Jewish community, after my situation arose, they had an article in there in which they said that I was defiant, quote unquote defiant. They called me defiant. And that too is very, very illustrative of what's really going on here. That proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that what they had done, their strategy was to tell black folk preemptively, as we say in Trinidad, from in front, not to use that book. So by my using the book, I was defiant. Who the hell are these Jews to tell me that I am defiant? They're not my mother, they're not my father. Defiant hell. The very term is so redolent of arrogance. Defiant. In other words, I am not supposed to use the book unless I get their permission, and having used the book in spite of the lack of permission, I was therefore being defiant. Can you imagine that? I was being defiant. My situation, I believe, is a very fascinating situation as a historian on the one hand, and also the person in the middle of it on the other hand. It gives me a very unique perspective on this whole situation, because as a historian, I can stand back and look at the situation objectively, almost as though I'm not the one involved, as though somebody else over there. I can stand back and look at it through the perspective of a historian, and see it in context, historical context. Of course, as the person involved in it, I get a very intimate feel for the Jewish tactics in these kinds of areas. And so it seems to me that my situation has illuminated, for me at least, many of the basic principles upon which the Jewish onslaught has been practiced over the last couple of decades or more. First of all, there's their incredible arrogance. In my case, you had two students from the Hillel organization, which is the student arm of the ADL. Clearly, they had been primed by their superiors that this book was anti-Semitic, quote unquote. They came and sat in my class the first day of the semester, unknown to me. An incredibly arrogant thing. The students then did what their elders have always done. It's very interesting. When the Jewish establishment moves on you, they move straight to whoever they perceive to be your superiors. In this case, the Jewish students who had learned very well from the elders, they went straight to the president and the dean of the college. They never talked to me. They went straight to the president and the dean. The president sent them to the chairman of the department. The chairman sent them to me. That's when they came to me. Only when they couldn't deal at any other level did they come to me. The Jewish organization has waged a struggle against us over the last several decades, also because of its great influence in the media. And here again, my case illustrated this. You had 4 Jewish organizations getting together: the Anti-Defamation League, the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, the Jewish Community Relations Council. 4 Jewish organizations got together and issued a joint press release against me, poor little me, saying I was anti-Semitic and bigoted, etc. I have a copy of the actual press release, and it's the most amazing press release I've ever seen, and I've seen many press releases in my time. This press release is on a piece of paper this big. It has the logos of all 4 organizations across the top. It has the signatures of the various executives of each organization. The piece of paper is so big that I liken it to a medieval scroll. I'm sure in the movies you've seen those medieval scrolls where King Arthur and the rest of them, one of the knights at the round table would come to King Arthur and he would roll out this big long proclamation. Well, this is the proclamation they issued against me. They actually went on record as saying that it's the first time that 4 of the organizations ever got together to issue a single press release against a single individual. And the question, why is this overkill? And again, the reason has to be because they see a loss of power over black people. They vamped on Dr. Jeffries. As soon as they figured, well, Dr. Jeffries was, in the throes of struggle, somebody else cropped up at the side. They're getting to the point now where there are no more easy victories. In fact, where there are no victories at all. For the first time, they are at the point where we are beginning to win victories. And this makes them not only frantic and frenetic, but it almost makes them lose their mind. It pushes them into situations where they can't win. In both Dr. Jeffrey's situation and in my situation, they've gotten themselves into fights that they cannot win. They can't possibly win. And only a fool picks a fight that he can't win. And the only explanation for this is the great loss of power and that frantic desire to maintain what little power they have left, but they see it slipping away. History is moving against them, and they are beginning to act irrationally. And in that lack of rational action, of course, we have our opportunity. In my case, too, I saw the tendency, the ability, the historical ability of the Jewish leadership to resort to lies and distortions. The Boston Globe published 4 articles against me, including an editorial, in 6 days. And it was a great learning experience for my students, because here, luckily the class was still in session. So here we had students, I had a whole class full of students who had actually read this book, who knew what the issues were, and I was able to, bring these articles and show the students, and the students could see for themselves the lies and distortions. They were seeing things written in a paper, in an editorial. It was just totally devoid of any truth. One of the greatest distortions which has been manufactured around this particular case is that the book, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, alleges, they say, the Jews were genetically disposed towards slave owning. A couple nights ago, Ted Koppel, before Ted Koppel got into the Little Wellesley section, by the way, Koppel's people, not Koppel himself, interviewed me for something like 30 minutes in my office, but only about 2 seconds got onto that show. And they made sure they prefaced that 2 seconds by saying, Tony Martin is teaching this book that says that Jews are genetically disposed towards slavery. Then they gave me my little 2-minute clip. Of course, I had no means of responding in that type of situation. And that is a prime example of the resort to lies and distortions. Absolutely shameless. Another mode of operation of the Jewish leadership, which my case illustrates, is their shameless use of the Uncle Tom element within our race. Practically every single article that has been published on my situation in the Jewish press, and many of those in the non-ostensibly Jewish press, almost every single article has quoted poor Skip Gates. If I was Skip Gates by this time, I would be just sick and tired of being quoted. Or as Skip Gates says, as the great Harvard University professor said, Skip Gates is not a historian, never wrote a history book in his life. He wrote, an op-ed in the New York Times about a book that showed no evidence that he had ever read the book. But the fact is that he has offered himself up to be used in this way. On my own campus, we have some of this element who are also falling over themselves in their rush to also offer themselves up in the hope, I presume, that they too will be rewarded as Skip Gates has been rewarded with fame and fortune. Another element of the tactics of the Jewish organizations, which my case illustrates, is their tendency to suppress free speech. They operate in the name of free speech, but they in fact suppress free speech. The question is free speech for the Jews and their Uncle Toms, stooges, and everybody else, if possible, is to be excluded from the media. We saw it on the Ted Koppel show, like I said, they biased the segment dealing with Wellesley, and of course I had no opportunity to respond. The Boston Globe, as I said, wrote an editorial attacking me. I wrote a letter responding. They refused to publish it. Even my very school newspaper refused to publish my response to all of the Jewish allegations. The school newspaper also refused to publish a black student's response to the allegations of the Jews. We also see in my case the tendency of the Jewish organizations to resort to dirty tricks. I discovered just 2 days ago that the Hillel organization on my campus has sent a packet of information to the parents of black students on my campus. A packet of information very prejudicial to me. Of course I will respond. I have the ability to respond, and I will respond. But it just goes to show the level of dirty tricks that these organizations will resort to. Perhaps the most important element of the Jewish tactics, which my case illustrates, is the tendency of these Jewish organizations, where they disagree with anyone, to go for the person's economic livelihood. Dubé lost his job at Stony Brook. Andrew Young lost his job at the United Nations. Many black principals and teachers lost their jobs when the Ocean Hill Brownsville thing went down. They removed Professor Jeffries from the chairmanship of the Black Studies Department at City College. In the press release which the 4 Jewish organizations put out against me, they called upon Wellesley College to fire me. Imagine that. They claimed, they asked Wellesley College to quote unquote review my tenure. In other words, they didn't like my perspective, so I'm supposed to be fired for using a book that tells the truth because they don't like the truth when it concerns them. Fortunately for us, like I said, the tide is turning. History is running against the Jewish leadership and their onslaught and their oppression, their manipulation of our movement for the last several decades. It is moving against them because we have an aroused population. We are in the midst of a black books revolution whereby our people, for the first time in our history, are now able to write books, publish them, distribute them, sell them, without going through any Jew or Gentile distributors. The power of the ability to publish their own material was very well demonstrated in my little broadside. Here was a broadside, just a little 4-page broadside. But I had the means, I had the ability, I had the experience, I had the know-how to publish several thousands of these broadsides and spread them around the country, get them directly into the hands of my people. And I was very heartened by the response of black people in this country. Everywhere the broadside went, people took it upon themselves to run off copies. A brother in Chicago told me he ran off several hundred copies. He went to a rally against Mayor Daley there and was just handing them out in the street. A brother in Montreal told me he ran off some hundreds of copies. Another brother in Chicago ran off hundreds of copies. A brother in Washington, D.C. told me he ran off hundreds of copies. And interestingly enough, when the 4 Jewish organizations got together and issued their press release against me, at that point they said in the press release that the book was no longer the problem. They said the broadside was the problem now. After having attacked me for 3 weeks for teaching the book, when the broadside came out, that blew their minds to such an extent that this great medieval scroll of a press release was put out, an unprecedented thing. 4 organizations, same press release, They called the broadside the most anti-Semitic thing they'd ever seen on a college campus. There was nothing anti-Semitic about the broadside. What they meant by anti-Semitic was that for the first time in a long time they saw a document which in a very articulate, succinct, direct and clear fashion exposed the role of the Jewish establishment in the black struggle for the last several decades. In other words, the truth. The truth was now presented in a way that could easily be assimilated by large numbers of people. The word was getting out. It did not go through Jewish distributors. There was no way they could prevent it getting out. And so, amazingly enough, I actually debated one of the leaders of the American Jewish Committee the other night on radio in Boston, and he was actually saying, oh, Tony Martin can teach whatever he wants, we don't, deny his right to teach the secret relationship, but the broadside. So if the broadside could cause this amount of trouble, just imagine the kind of problems they will have at the end of the summer when hopefully I will finish writing my book on the Jewish question. I'm going to call it the Jewish question, a black perspective. Dealing with the Jews for the last 2 months has made me an expert. An expert on the Jewish question. So I say in conclusion, I say like Brother Ilombe said, we're not going to back off this one. We're not going to back off from this point on. Let the Jeffries case be the first in a string of victories for African people in this country. As Professor Clark said, there must be no more easy victories for the Jews. There must be no victories at all for the Jews. This is the beginning of our victories. And so thank you very much again for this wonderful occasion. One God, one aim, one destiny. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Tony Martin, has taught at Wellesley College, Massachusetts since 1973. He was tenured in 1975 and has been a full professor in Africana Studies since 1979. Prior to that, he taught at the University of Michigan Flint and the Cipriani Labor College in Trinidad and St. Mary's College in Trinidad. He has been a visiting professor at the University of Minnesota, Brandeis University, Brown University, and the Colorado College. He has also spent a year as an honorary research fellow at the University of the West Indies, Trinidad. Professor Martin has written or compiled and edited 11 books. In 1965, he qualified as a barrister at law at the Honourable Society of Gray's Inn, London. He also holds a Bachelor of Science honours degree in economics at the University of Hull in England and a Master's and PhD degrees in history at the Michigan State University. His articles and reviews have appeared in the Journal of Negro History, American Historical Review, African Studies Review, Washington Post Book World, Journal of Caribbean History, I'll be done in a minute here, hang on. Journal of American History, Black Books Bulletin, Science and Society, the Jamaica Journal, to name a few, and he has contributed to several anthologies and encyclopedia. Professor Martin is currently working on a study of European Jewish immigration into Trinidad in the 1930s. For some years now, the IHR has sold his book, The Jewish Onslaught, Dispatches from the Wellesley Battlefront, which we have on sale in the back, which deals with his experience that came about in part from his using the book, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, which we also have for sale there, as one of the sources for a course he was teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Tony Martin.
First of all, thank you very much, Greg, for the introduction. I'd like to thank also the IHR and Mark Weber particularly for inviting me here. I'm very happy to be here, to be part of this event. I like long-winded topics, or at least topic titles, so I'll read the topic which I have selected for today. It's as follows: Jewish tactics as exemplified in the controversy over Jewish involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. That's Jewish tactics as exemplified in the controversy over Jewish involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. So I won't be speaking that much on the controversy itself. What I'm trying to do is to use my subjective experience, that is the experience I've had for close to a decade now in dealing with this controversy. And what I'm going to try to do for the next half hour or whatever is to use my concrete subjective experience on the firing line, so to speak, and I'm going to try to extract from my experience certain basic sort of tactics that I think that the Jewish lobby has used over the years pertaining to my particular situation. But in trying to extract these sort of principles or tactics from my subjective situation, I suspect that I may very well resonate with the experience of some other people here, because my suspicion is that there tends to be a generalized practice which transcends, particular situations. So that even though in my case I was dealing with a specific situation, the transatlantic slave trade, my suspicion is that the kinds of tactics which were used against me may be not very dissimilar to many other folks who have been involved in other kinds of disputes with this particular lobby. The first thing I should do by way of introduction is just to basically summarize precisely what my controversy was. I know it's familiar to many people here, but I'm sure not to everybody in this audience. As was mentioned a minute ago in the introduction by Greg Raven, I teach at Wellesley College in Massachusetts. For many years I've taught a survey course in African American history. And in 1993, I introduced into my course, this is a one-semester course, it moves very rapidly over the whole gamut of African American history. And I introduced in 1993 a book which is on sale at the back, a book which then was fairly new, a book which I myself had only just recently become introduced to. That is a book published by the Historical Research Department of the Nation of Islam. The book is entitled The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And what that book did, relying primarily on sources written by Jews, Jewish sources of a variety of different types, that book tried to sort of synthesize the existing information on Jewish involvement in the slave trade, the bringing of Africans as slaves from Africa to the so-called New World. There wasn't that much in the book that was new, in the sense that all the information practically was secondary information which had been already published, although hidden away to a large extent in very esoteric Jewish journals, which the average Jew, I discovered later, had no idea about. Nevertheless, it wasn't new information. It was new to many people, including myself. And I found it very interesting that I had taught African American history for many years, but had only been dimly aware of the role of Jews in that slave trade. What I discovered was that the Jewish role in that slave trade had been very cleverly camouflaged for many, many years. Where Jews were involved, usually they tended not to be identified as Jews, whereas where Christians were involved, where Muslims were involved, there was ready identification of such persons by their ethnicity, by their religious affiliation, and so on. In the case of Jews, they would be called other things, Portuguese, Spanish, Brazilian, whatever. But that crucial identification tended to be obscured. So, as a good professor, I think I'm a good professor, and I'm always on the lookout for new information to enrich my classes. So I was very fascinated by this new information and decided to add a few readings from this book in my class. And that's when, as the saying goes, all hell broke loose. Apparently, I didn't realize it, but I actually stumbled into a controversy which was already brewing, because the book had apparently caused some consternation in Jewish circles. And it's only afterwards, when I went back and did my research, I discovered that one or two editorials had already appeared, by way of the Jewish power structure, in a sense warning people like myself to stay away from the book. There already apparently had been a full-page op-ed in the New York Times. I was told the largest, the longest op-ed that had ever been published in the New York Times. It was actually typeset in the form of a Star of David. It was written by someone called Henry Louis Gates, one of the black spokesmen for the Jewish lobby somebody at Harvard University right now. Even the paper from my basic hometown, the Boston Globe, had carried an editorial, which I was unaware of at the time. But they had carried an editorial not long before I began to use the book. And in a sense, the purpose of these editorials and op-eds was to warn folks to stay away from that book or else. But me, in my foolhardiness, ignored the warnings, being largely unaware of the warnings in the first place. And so I stumbled into this problem. Now, it so happens, again, I wasn't totally aware of all this, but by way of background, I know a little bit now more than I did then. But now I realize that Jews had in fact been involved not only in the African slave trade, but they had been involved in a variety of other slave trades too for a very long period of time. Apparently, they had actually dominated slavery and the slave trade in medieval times. On the plane on the way here a couple of days ago, I was rereading a dissertation, a PhD dissertation from 1977 by a man called Harold D. Brackman, who is a functionary of the Simon Wiesenthal Center of all places. And he did a PhD dissertation detailing black-Jewish relations from ancient times up to 1900. And he actually mentions in his dissertation, he acknowledges the fact that Jews were the principal slave traders in the world for several hundred years, although in typical fashion he puts a very interesting spin on it. He acknowledges, as I guess he has to, the Jews were the major slave traders in the world, trading slaves everywhere from Russia to Western Europe, to India, to China. But he says that they dominated the world trade only for a few hundred years, only. He says they were the main slave traders from the 8th century to the 12th century, but that was no big thing. It was only a few hundred years. I discovered also that the Jews were very instrumental in the ideological underpinning for the African slave trade, the notorious Hamitic myth, which more than any other single event provided the sort of ideological underpinning, the rationale for the slave trade. That this comes out of the Talmud, and this was, and in fact Harold Brackman himself acknowledges that this was the first explication of the so-called story in Genesis about Ham, being about Ham, the progenitor, so-called, of the African race, being cursed by Noah and so on. But apparently, according to Brackman, the Talmud was the first place that put a racist spin on this story. The biblical story was racially neutral, but the Talmud apparently put a very awful racist spin on the story, which later on became the basis, the ideological underpinning for the African slave trade. So all of this I was to discover as I became embroiled in this controversy. One of the things that interested me too was that the Jewish element was apparently also a major element in what came to be known in the 19th century as the white slave trade. The white slave trade apparently was a major multinational, international trading in women for sexual, for immoral sexual purposes. The trafficking of women internationally as prostitutes and so on. And apparently the Jewish entrepreneurs in Europe apparently were also major figures in that so-called slave trade. And apparently many of the women they trafficked were some of their own women as well. So all of this, I became aware of. As far as the African slave trade was concerned, just to summarize briefly what I discovered in the book, The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, and in subsequent readings, I discovered that once the African slave trade got going in the 15th century, that again, Jews were a very important part of it. And again, the book was not suggesting, neither have I ever suggested, that the Jews were the only people involved, or even the major people involved. But my basic, point has always been that everybody else that I'm aware of who has been, who was a part of the slave trade has acknowledged being part of the slave trade. Many of the people who were part of the genesis of the slave trade also became part of the abolitionist movement to end the slave trade. But as far as I know, the Jewish element is the only element that has, resisted acknowledging the participation in this trade, and in fact have gone beyond merely resisting knowledge of this information coming out, but have become very upset when this information has come to the fore. And that has been my basic problem. Why? What's so special about this group that places them beyond the pale, so to speak, no pun intended, beyond the pale of criticism. You know, any other group can be criticized, but it seems to me that this group is beyond criticism. And especially for me as a black person, you know, I become very upset if someone tries to walk into my classroom to tell me that I, as a black person teaching black history, you know, that I have to sort of regard their involvement in my history as somehow out of bounds. So they then were involved in the history via the Hamitic myth. They were some of the important financiers of this slave trade in the very early periods. One of the major multinational corporations that financed the Atlantic slave trade very early was the Dutch West India Company. And of course, as we know, the Jews had been chased out of Spain, chased out of Portugal, and the Netherlands was the one area, Holland, you know, which welcomed them to some degree. And this was right around the same time, the 15th century, that the slave trade was gearing up. So they were geographically positioned and positioned in other ways to become an important element in the financing of the Dutch West India Company, which was a major multinational corporation, you know, involved in the slave trade. In the early days, the 17th century, they were among, you know, in fact, they were a major element in the slave trade in places like Brazil, places like Suriname in South America, places like Curacao in the West Indies, places like Jamaica, Barbados, and other places as well. I discovered that they were also very well positioned in this country, that many of the slave traders, many of the people who brought slaves across the Atlantic from this country in colonial times were in fact Jewish ship owners and slave traders. Some of the best known names in that traffic coming out of colonial North America were people like Aaron Lopez, one of the best known names of all, from Newport, Rhode Island, and others. I discovered the Jews owned many of the ancillary corporations that sort of fed into the slave trade. For example, rum distilling was one of the major you know, areas that was ancillary to the slave trade, because rum was used as a trading, you know, an item of trade, you know, to exchange for slaves in West Africa. And I believe that most or all of the rum distilleries in places like Boston and elsewhere in New England were owned by Jews and so on. I discovered that according to the 1830 census, that even though Jews were a small proportion of the population in North America, nevertheless they were inordinately represented among the slave owners. Yes, they were a small portion of the population overall, but on a percentage basis, apparently Jewish historians themselves have analyzed the 1830 census and have discovered that whereas for the white population as a whole, something like maybe 30-odd% of the white population may have owned one or more slaves in the South, for Jewish households it was over 70%. So on a percentage basis, Jews were more than twice as likely to own slaves according to the 1830 census, according to an analysis of the 1830 census of the US done by Jewish historians themselves. I also discovered that Jews, despite their involvement in the slave trade, were very few and far between in the abolitionist movement. They were much less likely than other groups to be involved in the abolitionist movement. So that in a nutshell then is the set of facts that caused me to become involved in this interesting controversy. And what I want to do then is to dwell not on the facts themselves, but on what I perceive to be the main tactics that were used, because I found myself, like I said, on the front line of this situation, and I became very fascinated looking at the tactics. And the more I began to read around this question, the more I discovered that I saw parallels, emerging in other kinds of situations as well. The first and major tactic that I discovered in their attack on me was the reliance on lies. Just straight up lies. There's no other way to describe it, just telling lies. Many of the categories that I will enumerate overlap, and many of them could also come under this general rubric of telling lies. But I think that if one had to isolate a single tactic, it was a tactic of telling lies. I think they've elevated telling lies to a very high artistic form. For example, very early in my controversy, the major Jewish organizations became involved. And this is very fascinating. Here am I, a professor in a very small college, teaching a class of about maybe 30 students, but they attach such great importance to this that within a very short space of time, the major Jewish organizations became involved, and it became a national event. For example, you found that on a Sunday morning of the week with David Brinkley on ABC TV, would have a whole segment dealing with this question, with telling my students that the Jews were involved in the slave trade. Up to now, I'm still a little astounded, considering the prominence that what to me was a totally inconsequential thing was given. Now, shortly after all of this started, 4 of the major Jewish organizations issued a joint press release attacking me. The ADL, the American Jewish Committee, the American Jewish Congress, and the Jewish Community Relations Council of Boston or Greater Boston or something like that. They themselves said afterwards that this was somewhat unprecedented, that 4 of these major Jewish organizations should have combined their efforts to attack one little obscure professor in a small school. They themselves admitted that this was somewhat unprecedented. They also admitted that apparently this press release was issued in the middle of one of their high holidays, of which there are quite a few, I understand, and it was somewhat unusual for them to sort of disturb the sanctity of this high holiday by issuing something along these lines. Now, I actually saw one of the original press releases, and I have likened it to a medieval scroll. It reminded me of the movies I saw as a boy with Robin Hood, where the sheriff of Nottingham would go into Sherwood Forest, and he would unroll a long proclamation, and he would tack it on a tree, saying, "Robin Hood, beware, we're looking for you," that kind of a thing. This was literally a scroll, literally. You couldn't read it without having to unroll it. It was literally. I've never seen anything like it. And it was signed with, it had the logos of all of these 4 organizations. And this opened my eyes to the proclivity of these folks to tell lies. Now, this proclamation told the world that I was refusing to let my students discuss this information. First of all, it presented me as providing wrong information, blatantly false information, as another Jewish person described it to my classroom. And it said that I was refusing, here was I in a classroom apparently ramming this stuff down my students' throats and forbidding any discussion, which was absolutely, hideously untrue. It said that I had a history of all kinds of problems with my school, and that my colleagues had been complaining about me for many years. Up to now, I have no inkling as to what these complaints could possibly be. I know of no such incidents, certainly not before this time. I was able to take, this press release to my class and read it to the very class, and it was a very good learning experience for the students, because here were the students who I was accused of misleading and whatnot, and I was able to show them themselves the kind of information that makes it into the major media. One of the interesting lies that came out around this time was the rabbi, the campus rabbi. She came to my office. It's a she, actually. She came to my office, complaining about my teaching this information. So I told her, well, look, if you think this information is false, why don't you come to my class? I will invite you to my classroom, and you can come to my class. I'm going to allow you to stand up in front of my class and explain to them what's wrong about this information, and then we can have a debate in front of the class. And she agreed. But of course, she quickly changed her mind. And not only did she change her mind, but then she put it out that I had refused to discuss the material with her. So point number 1 is their proclivity to tell lies. Point number 2 was a very interesting proclivity towards attempting to damage one's professional credibility. There was a tendency to libel and slander whoever they were upset with. In this case, it was me. There was one Jewish gentleman about 50 years old who began making anonymous calls, random calls to the campus. He would call the dorms, he would call people's offices just randomly, and he would tell them he was a Jewish student at Harvard University. He would tell them that he had discovered that I did not really have a PhD and that I was not qualified to be teaching at Wellesley College. This was one of the more bizarre examples of the attempt to discredit me, professionally. There was a gentleman who I subsequently brought a libel case against, and I lost. I brought about 3 cases, lost them all. But this gentleman suggested that I was an affirmative action PhD. The only reason I got a PhD was because, of affirmative action. He said the only reason why I got tenure at Wellesley College, I was one of the youngest professors ever tenured at Wellesley College. But he said the reason why I got tenure at Wellesley College was because they were afraid of me. I was this great, black, loudmouth person. So just to keep me quiet, they decided to give me tenure. One of the most interesting of these efforts to discredit me was by a gentleman called Leon Wieseltier, or maybe Wieseltier, I don't know. He describes himself as a literary editor of the New Republic magazine. Now, the Washington Post book world in 1994, I think it was, at the height of this, and up to now I'm kind of surprised at this, but at the height of all the hysteria around this question, the Washington Post book world invited me to review 4 new books, for the issue on Sunday, which I did. They gave me a lot of space. It was the longest book review in that issue. And predictably, in the very next week's issue, there were 2 or 3 outraged letters from Jewish individuals asking the Washington Post book world, if they weren't aware who this person was that they had allowed to grace their pages. This was the great anti-Semite Tony Martin. Then don't you know who this is? How can you let him write in this kind of a prestigious journal? And this guy, Wieseltier, went a step further. The title of my book is The Jewish Onslaught, and the subtitle is Dispatches from the Wellesley Battlefront. Now, I spell dispatches D-E-S. Most Americans spell it D-I-S. I grew up in a British tradition, in a British colony, and up to this day I spell honor H-O-N-O-U-R. Most of you do not. So the E is the British spelling. And this idiot obviously didn't realize that there were alternative spellings of the word dispatches. And again, so anxious are they to try to discredit people who they disagree with. This guy actually, told the Washington Post book world in his letter that I was so ignorant and stupid I couldn't even spell the word dispatches. And look how stupid I was. And this was a stupid kind of a person that they were allowing to publish in their journal. Luckily for me, the editor of the Washington Post book world was one of those rare persons who was apparently not too cowed by the Jewish onslaught. And she wrote a very nice letter back, a rejoinder, telling Wieseltier that she had checked 2 dictionaries, and in both of them she saw dispatches spelled with an E, as one of the optional spellings of the word. Then there was Mary Lefkowitz, the great Mary Lefkowitz, one of my colleagues at Wellesley College, who wrote in a little literary magazine that I'd never seen before. But she wrote in this magazine, she actually alleged that I had physically assaulted a white student. Now, I teach in a women's college. So, so here is she playing into, I guess, all these perceptions of this big black rapist or whatever. But she actually alleged that I actually physically pushed down a white student. This would be a young white woman, and the woman fell down. Then she said I bent over her and raged. That was the word she used. I raged. I bent over her and raged. One had this vision of this raging animal, So of course I brought a libel suit against her. And one of the things I discovered was that these folks are very, very well positioned in the court system. So in fact, after having lost, I guess, 2 libel suits, I'm beginning to think that they must have had something to do with fashioning the libel laws in this country, because in this case, Lefkowitz actually acknowledged that what she said was wrong, and she acknowledged that she had not taken due care in ascertaining the facts. And even those acknowledgments were not enough for me to win the case. I had to prove that she had acted with reckless abandon and all kinds of things. But it was a very interesting learning experience for me, how the libel laws, because especially once they identify you as what they call a public person. The way the libel laws in this country are organized, once you are identified as a public person, people basically have carte blanche. They can say anything about you. It can be true, it can be false. They don't have to do their research. They can say anything they want, almost. It's almost that bad. So these are some of the efforts to discredit me. Of course, I don't think that they succeeded, but again, this was the very persistent effort to sort of tarnish your image. And very much aligned to this, of course, was the generalized question of character assassination. This was part of that effort to damage one's credibility. There was also the tactic of what I describe as dirty tricks. Of course, this too is a subset within the general rubric of lies, I suppose. For example, there's a group at Wellesley College called the Friends of Wellesley Hillel. Hillel is a Jewish student organization which exists around the country on I guess, most campuses. I remember reading in Paul Finley's book, They Dare to Speak Out, he says in there that the Hillel groups are actually trained. They are formally trained, apparently, by the ADL and other organizations in tactics, how to disrupt meetings, how to push false propaganda on campuses and so on. And so I don't know for a fact, but certainly those Hillel students who were part of the campaign against me did appear to have been people who were professionally trained. In fact, the whole campaign against me was initiated by students from the Hillel group. They sat in on my class on the first day of the semester, just for one day. And somehow from that one day's class, where I didn't really even talk about the subject, they somehow figured out that I was teaching this book as fact. Apparently they figured that if I was teaching the book as hate literature, quote unquote, that would be okay. But the fact that I was teaching the book as just any other book, having, basic academic credibility, that, of course, they considered to be a grossly anti-Semitic thing. And they were the ones who raised the hue and cry. But there's a group on campus called the Friends of Wellesley Hillel. This is a group of faculty and alumni who work very closely with the Hillel students. And in the midst of this campaign, they actually put together a packet of mostly libelous information and mailed it to the mother of one of the students who was very, very vocal, on my behalf. The students rallied around me, and these folks, it's quite incredible the limits to these, the extent towards, to which these folks would operate. They, this is a group of grown people. In fact, people like deans of the college, professors, people like that, took the time to sit on, put together a packet of basically lies and misinformation, to send it. They actually targeted this one student because she was a leader of the group of students who were supporting me, and sent this information to her mother. Somebody came and tacked up a flyer around my office one day. I wasn't in the office, alleging sexual misconduct between myself and the same student because she was so, vocal on my behalf. Of course, it didn't work, fortunately for me. They started a rumor at one point that if I wrote recommendations for any students, the students would not get jobs and would not get, entry into graduate school or anything. But these were some of the kinds of what I call dirty tricks. There was also the tactic of what I call going for the economic jugular. From very early, they evinced a very concentrated effort to try to remove my ability to survive economically. One of the things, for example, that joint press release called for, it called for my expulsion from the college. It called for my tenure to be revoked. So again, it seems to me that that's one of the hallmarks of the tactics here, and I am sure that this is a wider application than just my subjective case. There was also the tactic of what I call great presumptuousness. I heard somebody last night mention the word chutzpah. I call it presumptuousness. The idea that a rabbi, the student chaplain could come into my office to demand, why am I teaching this information? That to me is sheer presumptuousness. My response basically, even though I was polite, but the intent of my response was, well, who the hell are you, to come into here to tell me what I must teach, in a black studies class? I'm an expert on black studies. Who the hell are you, I didn't say it in those terms, but that was the import of what I was saying. I remember, and I mentioned this, I believe, in the introduction to my book, but before this Jewish onslaught began with me, just by sheer coincidence, a few months earlier, I was doing some research in a Jewish archive in New York City. And at that time, a case similar to mine had just erupted concerning Professor Len Jeffries at City College in New York City. He had made a speech in Albany, New York, in which he had pointed out that the Jews had a very large hand in fashioning Hollywood. In fact, there's a book by a Jewish author called
And that's right, an empire of our own. And the subtitle, interestingly enough, is How the Jews Invented Hollywood. This is a Jewish writer, his name is Neil Gabler. An empire of our own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. What could be more explicit than that? He is boasting in the book, the way the Jews basically shaped American popular culture. So Len Jeffries, in his speech in Albany, said, well, okay, so you all invented American popular culture. You have to take, a large portion of the blame for the negative stereotypes, concerning black folk that have been nurtured by Hollywood over the years. But of course, they want to have their cake and eat it. They want to invent Hollywood, but they don't want to take responsibility for the negative, elements coming out of Hollywood. So he was branded as anti-Semitic as usual for having said that. So when I went to this Jewish archive, my own case had not yet, emerged, but they tried to put me through this litmus test. It was almost as though they would not let me use the archives unless I, disavowed any kind of knowledge and so on. And the woman in charge, she asked me, do you know Len Jeffries? I said, yes, I know him. He's a good friend of mine, a colleague of mine, and she was very upset. But again, there's this presumptuousness, this feeling that they have a right to put you through all these litmus tests, a right to demand of you why you are doing something which is totally correct and totally inoffensive and would be inoffensive to anybody else. Another tactic which I think I can distill out of my experience is a tendency to sidestep the real issues. I discovered that throughout this whole, it's almost 10 years now, they will almost never engage me on the facts of the matter. They will say, okay, Jews weren't involved in the slave trade, you're a big anti-Semitic, so I'll say, well, okay, well, let's discuss it. Were Jews indeed half of the slave owners in Brazil in the 17th century? I'll say, look at your own Encyclopedia Judaica. It says that Jews were half the slave owners in Brazil. But they will never engage that kind of factual debate. Never. They'll always go off on a tangent, try to besmirch your character, try to take away your economic, wherewithal and so on. But they will almost never, they studiously avoid ever engaging, the actual facts of the matter. I had a graphic illustration of this just a few weeks ago when this question flared very briefly again on my campus. Somebody mentioned that I had 10 years ago taught these blatant falsehoods and whatnot, so I responded in the newspaper. And a couple of Jewish students wrote back, responding to me. And again, and in my response, I laid out, several examples of Jewish historians acknowledging their involvement in the slave trade. There was no reference to this at all. Instead, they began talking about stories of coming out of Europe in the Middle Ages or sometime, about Jews killing white kids to take their blood and put it in matzos, and stories about their Jewish Holocaust, all kind of stuff, but had nothing to do with anything. And in fact, I responded asking them, well, what does all of this have to do with the point that I'm making? Did you not read my article? Did you not see the evidence I gave you concerning Jewish involvement in the slave trade? What does somebody, killing somebody for their blood to put in the matzo have to do with the slave trade? But this is always their tendency. They will studiously avoid the facts, avoid the issue at hand, but bring in all kinds of, off what we call in popular parlance, red herrings, off-the-wall stuff, red herrings. And this is a very persistent tactic that I was able to discern. Another tactic, and this is similar, I guess, maybe saying the same thing in different ways, but that is the tendency to introduce, men of straw men. For example, I'm discussing Jewish involvement in the slave trade, but somebody is going to write an article saying that I alleged, which is not true, that Jews were genetically predispositioned towards enslaving others. Now, this has nothing to do with anything that I was talking about, but they will totally disregard the facts of the case and introduce something totally different. And what they tend to do is they will introduce a man of straw, put the straw thing on the record, and then they will proceed to attack the man of straw that they have created. Yes. And because they have such great influence in the media, this man, this trauma, and this false information all of a sudden becomes part of the record. Even in the courthouse, they'll go into court and reference the same lies that they put in the newspaper as though this is some disinterested source, some third party. And then this brings me to the next point I was going to make, and that was precisely that, their ability to plant misinformation on the record and then use that information as though it is some kind of a well-documented primary source. Point number 10, what I call the use of quislings, surrogates, and what in the black community we call Uncle Toms. They have developed this art to a very high level, at least in my case around the black community. I mentioned Skip Gates at Harvard University. There are many other notorious figures like that in the black community who were all too willing to do their bidding. I must say that these folks were very, very well recompensed. These folks have been given incredible prominence. These folks now go around the world speaking on, for $15,000 at a time. These are the kind of honorariums these folks get now. They've all been given endowed chairs in their universities. Many of them are very, very weak scholars. Can hardly put two sentences together. But because they've been willing to play this game, they have been elevated to prominence. Every time you pick up the New York Times, you'll see them on the cover of the Sunday magazine. Any issue that comes up pertaining to black folk, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be history of Africa. It could be contemporary politics in the Caribbean. It doesn't matter what it is. They are quoted as the authorities and so on. You see them on PBS hosting, all kinds of multi-million-dollar programs and documentaries and so on. But this element, I think, has been a very effective tactic on their part to identify people from within, in this case, my own group, but people who were willing to, in a sense, sell themselves for the, admittedly very ample rewards that they were given as a result. Another tactic is their ability to leverage off of the influence which they undoubtedly have in high places. At Wellesley College, for example, we had a new president coming into Wellesley College just as my thing was moving to its climax, so to speak. And this new president came into the college not knowing anything about what was happening before. And somehow these folks got her to write a letter, which I suspect they must have drafted themselves, because she had no real knowledge of the background of what was happening. But this letter, it is said, based on newspaper reports, was sent out to maybe 40 to 60,000 people. This was a letter condemning me for teaching that Jews were involved in the slave trade. So you had the incoming president of Wellesley College sending out 40 to 60,000 letters. This must be unprecedented in the annals of American higher education. I think this is something for the Guinness Book of World Records, where a president of a university sends out possibly 60,000 letters condemning one of our own professors for teaching something that is historically true. I've never ever heard of such a case. In fact, maybe I will indeed write to the Guinness Book of Records and see if they can immortalize me by putting this in there. Then there was the American Historical Association. 3 of these Jewish historians actually went to the American Historical Association and got the American Historical Association to decree, that's the only term I can use, to decree by executive fiat that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. I've never ever heard of any such thing. This is totally antithetical to the way that academia operates. Who has ever heard of such a thing? Historical fact being determined by presidential decree from the American Historical Association. We decree. It's like the papal bulls in the Middle Ages. It's a papal bull. We decree that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. It is absolutely amazing, but they actually succeeded in having this done. Then there's one of the most amazing cases of all, where I was invited to speak in the city of Worcester, Massachusetts, by Worcester State College, around about 1994 or 95. And the Jewish groups were actually able to get the mayor of Worcester. Worcester is one of the largest cities in Massachusetts. They were able to get the mayor of Worcester to call together a special press conference in which he had the leaders of all the major religions in the place. He had the Roman Catholic head, he had a Baptist head, heads of various Protestant denominations, various, rabbis, ADL types and so on. This man assembled an entire
coalition of religious and apparently civil rights organizations. For what? To denounce me prior to my appearance at Worcester State College. They had tried to put pressure on the college and the people who invited me. To their great credit, they were strong. They said, and they refused to bow, and they invited me and I spoke. But here were these groups powerful enough to get the mayor of a major city. You would think that the mayor had, important things to do. The mayor to put together a special conclave and a huge press release to denounce me about a day or two. And of course the result was that my speech, when it did indeed take place, drew the largest audience in the history of the school. Actually, I didn't include this in my talk, but I really should have included as one of the tactics their tendency on occasion to shoot themselves in the foot. Because this whole incredible story of the Jewish involvement in the slave trade, I mean, if they'd left me alone, I think the only people who would have known of their involvement would have been my 30 students and myself. But of course now the whole world knows about it, and the question of African slavery will never ever again be raised without the question of the Jewish input being part of the discussion, whether they deny it or not. But it is now in the forefront of people's consciousness. And this is due to them. I mean, I could never have promoted this idea the way that they did. Another tactic, I'm going to end up in a couple of minutes, but another tactic is of course, the use of the major media. They become very agitated when one speaks of their control of the media. I mean, that's one of the most anti-Semitic things that it is possible for anybody to say. And yet, as in the case of the Jewish involvement in Hollywood, they themselves, they boast about their prominence in the media. In fact, in my book, In the Jewish Onslaught, I quote Charles Silberman, a Jewish author. He wrote a book back in the 80s, I think, called A Certain People. And he boasts in that book about the fact that he said at that time there were 7 major top editors of the New York Times. He said all 7 were Jews. He talked about the major TV networks, where I forget the precise figure, but the majority of the senior producers in the TV stations were all Jews, he said. And the producers are the people who really dictate, what gets on the news, what stays out, what spin is put on information and so on. So the people who were crucial to spinning the news, he was saying, were primarily Jews. He named names. And I quoted him in my book, but I became anti-Semitic for quoting him, which was not unusual. When that huge scroll, that press release scroll, was issued by the 4 major Jewish organizations, the Boston Globe, the major newspaper in Boston, the Boston Globe published 4 major articles, including editorials and op-eds, within about 6 days, attacking me on that question, including an op-ed in the Sunday paper, including an editorial. This is a major editorial on the editorial page, a major editorial, again, fraught with lies and distortions. I sent in a letter responding to them. They refused to publish my letter. So they had 4 letters, not letters, 4 editorials, you could say, attacking me in less than a week, and refused to publish my rejoinder. And so that's a great sort of a tactic, because these folks have such a sway over the major media. It gives them a very great advantage. I remember being interviewed for the Fox front page program. They interviewed me for over an hour. But I guess that my responses to their questions were so tight that they could not find any soundbite to extract and make me look bad. And so what they did is they gave me a couple of soundbites, maybe half a second each. But instead of letting me talk, they had some kind of a narrator who spent about 5 minutes telling folks what I had said, but not letting me say anything practically. And that too is one of the tactics. The use of organizations is another tactic. Of course, I don't have to tell this audience about the ADL. I heard Brad Smith talking about the ADL's mention of him on their website. I think I also have pride of place on the website. For several years, I haven't checked recently, but for several years, I used to have honorable mention every year in the list of anti-Semitic, occurrences and so on. They would list the anti-Semitic occurrences of the previous year, and there would be something like Tony Martin gave a lecture at XYZ College, and that in itself would be an anti-Semitic event. the fact that I gave a lecture someplace. The ADL actually wrote a book about me, which I haven't read yet. I've had it for years. I haven't got around to reading it. It's called something like, I think they took my title and turned it around, something like The Jewish Onslaught of Tony Martin, or Tony Martin's Onslaught Against the Jews, something like that. It's a whole big book, one of their so-called reports, an ADL report. Another tactic is what I call the unseemly histrionics. When I spoke at Worcester State College, there was a Jewish lady, I think her name was Schneider or something, but there was a Jewish lady who was on the board of trustees of Worcester State College. And she resigned from the board of trustees amidst great fanfare because of the school's invitation to me. And that's what I call nothing but stupid histrionics. But it got a lot of press, of course. It created a lot of interest in the media. But again, it was a case of shooting herself in the foot, because I remember they had me initially scheduled for an auditorium that held about 100 people. But when the hysteria, generated by themselves developed, they had to change it to the venue, to the largest auditorium they had, which held about 300 people. And that wasn't big enough, so eventually when I turned up on a cold, wintry morning in February, they had that 300 capacity auditorium full, totally full. Then they had to run closed circuit televisions outside for another 300 people to hear what I had to say. And of course, my speech got to be front page news in the Worcester Telegram and Gazette next morning and so on. But all of that aided by these ignorant histrionics. One of the things they do too is to try to pin what I call a nickname on you. They try to find some little slip of tongue or some little thing they can take out of context. And if they find it, then every time your name is mentioned in the media, they stick that on you. For example, Minister Louis Farrakhan from the Nation of Islam, he made a slip once. He was talking about the fact that I mentioned earlier, the fact that 75% of Jewish households, in 1830, owned slaves. But he kind of got it wrong, as one often does in the midst of a speech, a little slip of the tongue. And when he said it, it came out as Jews own 75% of the slaves. Yeah, it was obviously a slip of the tongue. But every time they mentioned him since, they always put that soundbite in, make it look like he was this great distorter of the truth. Here was Minister Farrakhan saying that Jews own 75% of the slaves and so on. In my case, fortunately for me, the most they could find on me was controversial. So every time they mention me, I get to be the controversial professor. They're also very good at the good cop, bad cop kind of a thing. While some are trying to destroy you on one side, another one will come on the other side and smiling and whatnot. But beware of the good cop. Very often it's better to deal with the bad cop, because a good one will get you in jail very often much more quickly and smoothly than the bad one will. Sometimes too they try to play you for a fool, and they'll be trying to destroy you, and at the same time they're trying to destroy you, they're trying to give you advice. For example, last year when I decided to accept David Irving's invitation to speak in Cincinnati, there was a guy whose name I don't recall, but he sent me an email, telling me what a racist David Irving was. He sent me this copy of some poem that David Irving had written, saying he didn't want his daughter to marry a Rastafarian or something, which is neither here nor there as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's neither here nor there. If he wants his daughter to marry a Rastafarian or anybody else, or not marry them, so what? That has nothing to do with anything as far as I'm concerned. But again, here are people who are trying to destroy me, people who have spent the last 10 years trying to portray me as all kinds of things, trying to take my livelihood away, and these same people, can have the the child now to tell me, to warn me against somebody else. The whole idea of it is just totally amazing to me. Of course, I didn't pay any great attention to what these guys were trying to say. One of the tactics too was hate mail. I discovered that their propensity for hate mail was absolutely amazing. Up to now, I still get a lot of hate emails. Just about a few days ago, I got a hate postcard. And on the one hand, they try to portray themselves as as these great liberal types, but there's this sort of a underbelly at the same time. So while in the public light, they're trying to portray themselves as liberals and nice folks and whatnot. At the very same time, simultaneously, it's like a two-pronged attack. But at the very same time, you're getting this other kind of stuff, which also reminds me of the tendency towards violence. There was one Jewish guy, he said he was a Russian Jew, he said he was, a man called Alexander Nechaevsky, who actually came onto my campus, said he came to get me. Luckily, I wasn't there to be gotten that day. I was somewhere out of town. But he came to the office saying he had come to get me and whatnot. They had to call the campus police for him, and he was given an order not to, a trespass order, I think they called it, not to appear on the campus again. So these then are some of the kinds of tactics, and there are others, but I know my time is up. But these are some of the kinds of tactics that I have been able to distill from my subjective interaction with these folks over the last maybe 9 or 10 years. And again, I've been very fascinated by the fact that as I've become, more broadly aware of similar situations involving different kinds of circumstances, that it seems to me that many of these kinds of tactics may in fact be tactics of much more generalized application. And I'll end by saying simply that I don't know what's necessarily the best way to respond, but I can just maybe outline very quickly the ways that I have tried to respond. I have tried to respond, first of all, by trying to stand on principle. From the very beginning, I've said that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm talking the truth. The Jews were indeed involved in the slave trade. I'm not aware of what your problem is. And as long as I am convinced in my own mind that I'm talking the truth, then that's it. I've tried to disregard all of the other foolishness, and I've tried to stand on the truth. For example, I've been on TV many times debating people from American Jewish Committee and so on. And again, in that face-to-face debate, all of these tactics come into play. They try to attack your credibility, your character. But what I've always tried to do in those exchanges is to ignore, as far as I can, all of the ad hominem attacks and so on, and concentrate on the facts. So they'll say Tony Martin's an anti-Semite, I'll just ignore it. I'll say 75% of Jewish households own slaves, according to the 1830 census. I'll stick to the facts, and I use those kinds of media appearances as an opportunity to inform whoever happens to be listening. I've also tried where I could, to myself, leverage off of their media power. There have been times when they have unwittingly given me an opportunity, to appear before the mass media, and I've used those opportunities to the hilt. Again, to push facts. I know I only have 30 seconds, and I try to ram as many facts and into those 30 seconds as I can, and just forget all the anti-Semitic stuff, deal with that later. I've also tried to develop, to my limited resources, some kind of an independent response. I find that independence is a very, very great benefit. I started my own little publishing company. It's a little company, but it was very, very effective. The Jewish Onslaught got out there and sold like hotcakes, and it really made a difference. Just to have some kind of an independent medium. Didn't matter. It wasn't a major corporation or anything, but it was independent. I controlled it, and I was able to fight back to some degree. I think it's important too to have some kind of a support structure. I was very fortunate. They attacked me at a time when I already had established a pretty good sort of a support structure in academia. I was relatively well known. It wasn't as easy for them to destroy my credibility as it might have been for people who were perhaps less accomplished. But I found that having a support structure and being able to avail oneself of the support of that structure was very important. And finally, in my case, I tried wherever possible to take the battle to them. I didn't sit back and wait. Once the battle was joined, I found, in fact, I think in the early days especially, I think that they weren't used to having people fight back the way that I did. I think it sort of threw them off balance. They came at me with all the usual, bag of tricks, expecting me to fold immediately. But once I was able to fight back, and once it began to appear to them that they had a long, protracted struggle on their hands and not an easy victory, it took them a while to actually try to regroup and figure out what to do. So I just offer these as perhaps things for folks to think about in their response. Thank you very much.
Well, despite its immense political power, and it does have immense power, the group Black Lives Matter isn't really much of a group. It's a relatively small, flimsy organization. In fact, it doesn't really have a legal existence of its own. Officially, the primary Black Lives Matter group is simply a project of another nonprofit called Thousand Currents. Now, why is this interesting? Well, it's interesting because the current vice chair of Thousand Currents is a woman called Susan Rosenberg. And she's a convicted terrorist who spent 16 years in federal prison before she was given a pardon by Bill Clinton on the very last day in office. Bernie Kerik remembers this well. He's the former police commissioner of New York City, but before that, he worked in New Jersey, and he personally escorted Susan Rosenberg from the federal courthouse in Newark in 1985. He knows the story well, and we're happy to have him on tonight. Mr. Kerik, thank you for coming on. That picture is remarkable. So Susan Rosenberg...
I had hair then, Tucker. I had hair.
And an AR-15. So who is Susan Rosenberg? Why is it significant that she now, in effect, works for Black Lives Matter?
Well, for me, on a personal note, it's important for your viewers to know who she is, because Black Lives Matter, as I've said, dating back to 2015, it's a revolutionary Marxist group. That's what it is. It's a group that wants to overthrow this government, the country. It's a group that its founders, its three founders, were inspired by a woman named Joanne Chesimard, who goes by an African name, Assata Shakur, who lives in exile in Cuba after she assassinated a New Jersey state trooper. She was involved in a number of bombings and executions of New York City cops, cops in San Francisco, and cops in New Jersey. That's who they are. That's what they're about. And when I tried to explain that to people over the last 2 or 3 years, they didn't get it. Now, in the last few weeks, we learned Susan Rosenberg is one of their fundraising gurus, let's say. Well, Susan Rosenberg, in 1985, when you look at that photo, she was convicted of possessing hundreds of pounds of explosives. She was involved in the Brinks Nyack robbery, where 2 cops were killed and a security guard was killed. She was involved, her and her organization, the May 19th Communist Organization, they were involved in a number of police assassinations, bombings, the U.S. Capitol bombing, the Naval War College bombing, and a number of others in the United States. She was a radical revolutionary, and she was let out of prison. She was commuted on the last day of President Clinton's term in office. After 16 years in prison, she was given 58 years in prison. And now she's out. Who does she work for? Black Lives Matter. I think we're missing something here. I think DOJ should be looking at Black Lives Matter as a terrorist group, as a terrorist organization. And I think I find it astounding that all these U.S. firms, some 200 that you've chronicled on your show, they're just pounding money into a group that's all about the overthrow of this government. And if you can't see it on its face by what they do normally on a daily basis, then you need to start looking at their associates, their inspirers, and the people around them, because this stuff has been going on since 1960, 70, in the early 80s, when these people, these revolutionaries, Marxist revolutionaries, wanted to overthrow this country.
It's just amazing that all the rich ladies in Aspen and Greenwich think BLM is about ending racism, which obviously all of us are for, when in fact it's a revolutionary group. Maybe the U.S. government could take decisive action, and by doing that, make it really clear that this is a terror organization.
You know what, Tucker? Black Lives Matter was truly, working for Black lives. They'd be marching tonight in Chicago, or Baltimore, or Cleveland. Right. And I can give you 20 other cities.
No, I know.
It's all nonsense.
It is, and it's having the opposite effect, needless to say. Bernie Kerik, thanks so much for that. Great to see you tonight.
Black Lives Matter movement continues to grow. There is concern with one of the groups that helps fundraising for this organization, specifically a person who sits on the board for that organization. Joining us now to talk more about this is retired New York Police Department Commissioner Bernie Kerik. Bernie, it's good to see you tonight.
Thanks, Ginger.
All right. Well, the person at the focus of this concern by many is someone named Susan Rosenberg, and you have firsthand dealings with her. So tell me who she is and what she's done.
Well, Susan Rosenberg is somebody that was convicted in 1985. She possessed 640 pounds of explosives. She had been involved in a number of criminal events in New York City and the tri-state area. She was a member of the Weather Underground and the May 19th Communist Organization. She was sentenced to 58 years in prison. And she was also involved she was a getaway driver in a Brinks armored car robbery in which 2 cops were killed and a security guard was killed. So she went to prison for 58 years and she was commuted, her sentence was commuted after 16 years by President Clinton on his last day in office. He let her out of prison. And she came out and she has spoken at numerous universities. She has, taught in different schools, and she recently obtained a position as on the board of directors for a fundraising group that does all the fundraising, or a substantial amount of it, for Black Lives Matter. And, the problem I have with this is nobody's really paying attention to the organization of Black Lives Matter in a much broader and bigger picture. So you have a terrorist, a convicted terrorist, somebody that wanted the overthrow of the United States government, somebody that was anti-capitalism, anti-American back in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. She's now working for Black Lives Matter, whose founders were inspired by a woman by the name of Joanne Chesimard. Joanne Chesimard, who today goes by the African name Assata Shakur. She lives in Cuba in exile after she executed a New Jersey state trooper and was involved in a number of bombings and robberies back in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. 60s and 70s, I should say. She was captured in 1973 after she killed a trooper on the New Jersey Turnpike. She escaped from prison eventually in 1979, and she's been in Cuba ever since. She was the inspiration for Black Lives Matter. And you have a terrorist that was affiliated with her who does their fundraising. So I think, what I see is somebody that was involved in law enforcement at that time. In fact, Susan Rosenberg, when she was convicted, I actually had to escort her. I was the commander of the Passaic County SWAT team. I had to escort her to and from trial during that time. So as somebody that's been there, that lived through those times, I see history repeating itself. What is Black Lives Matter? They're a radical, left-wing, revolutionary group that wants the overthrow of this government.
The leadership of Black Lives Matter is openly Marxist.
We are trained Marxists. We are super versed on sort of ideological theories.
They say that white people have to die for black communities to be made whole.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
They admit that there is no plan other than destruction, and that the destruction is what will fuel the black minds to recreate a new world.
They're not really about black lives. They're not concerned with black lives, because if they were, they'd be in Chicago marching every night. They'd be in Baltimore. They'd be in Cleveland. They'd be in Milwaukee or Minnesota. Or I can give you 20 other cities that are run by Democrats in this country that have the highest crime rate, the highest violence rate, and the highest murder rates.
Right,
and who's being murdered?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, and I want to, because I want to address some of these right off the bat. So she's high level in the BLM, and you call the BLM a terrorist organization that the government needs to investigate. Give me some examples for why.
Well, because of their affiliations of what they do. Here's some of the things. Keep in mind, every one of the protests, in the aftermath of George Floyd, how many protests were there? I can't say the exact number, but they happened in 44 states. In 44 states, and I think it was about 76 cities. These protests were all organized. The majority of them were organized by Black Lives Matter. What was the end result? About 700 law enforcement officers that were injured. You had 15, and this is in a 2-week period, you had 15 people that were killed during those protests, which turned into riots. You had substantial arson. You had looting, lawlessness in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And nobody can tell me, especially given what I know and the jobs I've done, this was a fluke. This was coincidental. This was extremely organized. It was something that was put together in mass, and it was done in conjunction with Black Lives Matter and Antifa. So between these two groups, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, history repeating itself. All these organizations that was affiliated with Rosenberg and Chesimard back in the 60s and 70s, whether it was the Black Liberation Army, the Black Panther Party, the FALN, the May 19th Communist Organization, the Weather Underground, all of them, they eventually went underground because their criminal activity resulted in law enforcement going after them. That's what you're going to see right now. That's what's happening right now. You have the Attorney General, 56 different joint terrorist task forces around the United States working in conjunction with the FBI are looking at all of the events that happened where you had these murders, these cops being assaulted, you had arson, you had the destruction of property. It's all being investigated by the Bureau. So eventually, these people too will go underground. But the associations between the people of yesteryear and the people of today, it's just too overwhelming for it to be a coincidence.
You know, you brought up the police department, and I'd like to get, I mean, obviously you're commissioner, former retired commissioner of NYPD. You brought up defunding the police departments because that's what we hear a lot of at these protests. Weigh in on what defunding a police department actually means.
Well, it could mean a couple of things. It could mean you reduce funds. It could mean you eliminate funds, or it could mean you basically eliminate the department. Depends on which one of these lunatics you're talking to, in what capacity they are. But at the end of the day, here's what happens. If you defund and diminish the funding to a police department in any department around this country, you're going to lose manpower and resources to go out into the streets and police those streets. Well, ironically, all these crazy people that are saying defund the police, they're doing it in cities where you have the highest crime rate, where you have the most violent crime rate, where you have the highest murder rates. Chicago, you have more shootings and murders on a weekend than you have in Iraq. Okay, you don't want to defund the police or diminish their budget in any way. In fact, what you want to do is you want to create a federal task force in conjunction with those departments to basically go after the bad guys, get the guns off the streets, go after the gangs, go after the drugs. That's not what they're doing. They want to defund and diminish. The unfortunate thing here, Ginger, is you know who suffers? You know who really suffers? The Black community. Because that's where the violent crime is the highest. That's where the murder rates are the highest. So you can diminish, you can defund all you want. Who's going to suffer? Those communities are going to suffer.
Very interesting words tonight, Bernie. History repeating itself, definitely giving us a lot to think about. I really appreciate your time tonight.
Ginger, thank you.
All right, be well.
I want to get this right, so I want to look at my notes for this. According to this, you are black. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay.
Not African American. That's not a term I like.
How come you don't like the term African
Ridiculous. I was born and raised in America. I've never been to Africa. Why am I an African American? Most of my people have been here longer than most of the other people in this room. Yet most people don't have a hyphen. I'm an Italian American, Greek American, Romanian American. It's an absurd term. It's a term that Jesse Jackson almost single-handedly crammed down the throats of our media, and after Jackson began to talk about why blacks should have some connection to Africa, all of a sudden, New York Times, LA Times, all of the media began using that expression. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't use the term African American that much because one time I had a guest on the show and I referred to her as African American. She said, well, I'm actually Jamaican. So, you know what I mean? So I guess that goes to your point.
And I remember reading one time, Dave, somebody was given a description of some suspect who had done some crime, was running away, and he was described as an African American. How do you know where he was from? Could have been from Africa, could have been from Jamaica, could have been from Canada.
So what do you make of that when someone because I know you really rail against Jesse Jackson and these guys on the left that use, and I want to talk a lot about identity politics.
Okay.
So the guys that use these phrases, what are they going for there?
Well,
what is the goal there?
The goal is to tell black people that we're victims, that discrimination and racism remain major problems in America when in fact they don't. And they want black people to vote for the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party gets 95% of the black vote, and the reason they get it is because blacks are convinced that the number one issue facing the country right now is social justice, racist white cops, discrimination, systemic racism, microaggression, whatever new word they come up with, and it's a bunch of nonsense.
A good rule of thumb is if you are not a person of color and millions of people of color across this country is saying a thing or a person is racist, it's really not your place to say that it isn't.
Do you think that race plays a part in wealth distribution or either a mindset that you can't or cannot? Yeah.
No.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't. You and I, we're proof. Why would race have anything to do with it? Put your mind to what you want to do and go for that. It's kind of like religion to me. It's a good excuse for not getting there.
Where are we in the United States of America in race relations and what you see from day to day in your life?
Skip, they wouldn't want to ask me that. They wouldn't want my answer to represent it because God knows I have been nothing but blessed. My whole path, these 33 years have been nothing but a blessing. I have never, and never is a strong word, I've never dealt with racism, and I'm glad I didn't have to.
But I asked you what the racial breakdown was of your audience. Do you remember this? And you told me the only black face you could see in the whole audience was your makeup artist. I believe that's what you said, and she was in the front row, right? A lot of white kids love rap.
Yes.
Explain that. What does that say to you? What's the message of it? What's the bigger picture of it?
I don't want to be bashed because I don't want to sound like I'm on the wrong if there is a side, but I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism. That's what I thought that was.
There's a lot of backlash from people about that. Would you change it, what you said, or you still feel the same way? What's your thought on Black Lives Matter?
What is it? What do you mean?
The idea was that there's this movement called Black Lives Matter, thinking that the rest of America didn't seem to understand that Black Lives Matter.
It just sounds weird. I didn't know that you put a name on. It's not a name. It's not whatever. I'm a young, black, rich. If that don't let you know that America understands Black Matter these days, I don't know what it is. Don't come at me with that dumb man.
But I think we should talk to this gentleman.
Yes,
here.
sir. Yes, I'm 65 years old, and I was born in 1930. And you know what? Black people was a whole lot better off. More of them finished school.
Yeah.
And more of them had their own business because I lived through it. And then why should I'm 65 years old, and I can't read and write. How come that I get all the money I want ever since I've been here? I ain't never been discriminated against. Ain't no white man never discriminated against me. If he did, I didn't know nothing about it. I create a baby. I can create anything. I don't need the welfare to give me nothing. I don't need no formative action. I'm a man. I'm not no kid. And Bell Curve was right. You is useless if you ain't got something to take care of yourself. Why am I going to go beg a white man for a job? How come I can't hire him? I'm an American. And I'm not a black American. I'm a Louisiana American. And I get my own business. How did the white man get his business? And the white folks help me. They've been helping me ever since I've been here, and we respect each other. And you gonna tell me that the worst thing ever could have happened to America was that Civil Rights March? That is the worst thing could ever happen. And you come along, and you doing more than Jim Crow, hanging, and everything else, people like you. Because you were saying they need this. I don't care if they hang a mule up there. I am down here to get an education. I don't care about what you think of me. I don't need you to accept me. You don't have to accept me. I'm an American. And if I accept myself, you will. And you gonna give me a welfare check? How come you don't give me how come affirmative action don't get me a business?
Okay.
Do you understand what make a ghetto?
I bet she's thinking, Lord, I didn't have anything to do.
Do you think why is it a ghetto?
Let's get a response. Go ahead. Do you understand?
The question is, why is there a ghetto?
No, the question is, I know you think, oh my goodness, how am I going to get out of here? What he's saying, and I agree with him, as a black man, it's a put down to give us something as though we can't make it on our own, just like the white man. The white man has to work hard. Yes, he has a little leeway because his folks have been owning this country for, ever since whenever. But he has to get up, he has to earn his way, he work hard, he disciplines himself, he do what it takes to make a life for himself. But with black men, liberal white people, some white people, and then those black people like the Jesse Jacksons and the Maxine Waters, all those kind of people, they seem to think there's something wrong with us, and they have to give us something because we're not able to stand up on our own 2 feet. So that's what he's offended, that he's looked down on as a man rather than. You understand? What he's saying is that when you have a group of people out there trying to make his life easy by giving him something, he don't want that kind of thing.
I don't have no animosity in my heart against no Caucasian, nobody. Did you know what? I'm glad that my background was like it were. Because you know what? I'm a man. I can get the same thing the Caucasian get. I got the same thing that he got. And it was just as many, it was more supposed to be black folks that was rich when I was young than it is now. They own something. And this is what's wrong. And after 64, everything went crazy. When people like you and all of them Democratic congressmen and senators that passed civil rights laws. Can you define civil rights? They said they're marching for the civil rights. I want to find out who got them. I don't need Martin Luther King to go get nothing from me. I'm mobile.
Mm-hmm. You actually have bought into the fact, and I'm going to say you, I mean Hawk and people that are like him, that black people can't do anything. That's sad to me. Someone sold you that. Someone sold you the idea that you can't do anything and you're wearing it like a badge of honor. I think I can do anything, right? This feels better. When I'm telling people you can do anything, you can get over anything. My grandpa did it from a segregated South to where he is today. I have nothing to complain about. You've heard about the black card, right? No, not the one from Visa or American Express. This one is much more valuable. There are entire organizations that have been built upon it, and individuals that have used it to acquire both wealth and influence. If this sounds like something you might wish to own, you should know that there is only one way you can get your hands on it. You have to be born with black skin. That's the only requirement. Really. You can be poor, middle class, rich, it doesn't matter. the black card will still confer upon you an entire history of oppression, even if you've never been oppressed. Flash the black card and most white people will cower. Play the black card expertly and you can win awards, make millions, all the while claiming that the people who got you there somehow hate you. With a black card, you can sell books full of indecipherable prose, because with a card that powerful, who cares if your words make any sense? You can call yourself a civil rights leader and shake down multinational corporations, or you can torch your own neighborhood because you didn't like the outcome of a grand jury verdict. Ironically, the people you might think have the most legitimate claim to the black card refuse to use it. Take my grandfather, for instance. He raised me from the time I was 9 years old. Born in 1941 in rural North Carolina, he started working at age 5, laying out tobacco to dry on a sharecropping farm. Jim Crow, separate drinking fountains, and the KKK were ever-present realities. He was 17 when he married my grandmother. He made a living cleaning homes and office buildings until he saved up enough money to open his own cleaning business. The thing is, he never played any card. Nor did my grandmother. If they had problems, they didn't blame anybody. They just fixed them. And they raised me to do the same. Chores were a requirement in their household. So was reading the Bible every morning before school. I didn't like the Bible readings and I hated the chores, but I realize now that these small acts of discipline, although sometimes stifling, had a strong, positive impact on my character. I was a first-generation college student. This was supposed to be the ticket to prosperity, but it wasn't. I left college with a mountain of debt and no practical skills. I had just $80 in my bank account and very few prospects. I could have given up. I could have dug deep into my history and declared myself a natural product of ancestral oppression. I could have played the black card and absolved myself of all responsibility for my own stupid decisions. Except I didn't. Because it would have destroyed my grandfather's legacy. I am proud that he had the fortitude to turn nothing into something, and I have no intention of reversing that something back into a nothing. My attitude comes with a price, however. Because if you are born black and you don't accept your natural status as a victim, then the validity of your blackness is immediately called into question. Well, so be it. If believing in myself, if accepting the responsibility for my failures somehow disqualifies me from owning an imaginary card, then let me be the first to declare that I don't want one. I also don't want Cornel West, Al Sharpton, or insert anyone else who uses their skin color to game the system as a role model. I already have my grandfather. If there is one thing that my family history has taught me, it's that I do not need a black card or an imaginary anything to make something of myself. For the record, my grandfather, now retired, lives in a home that he and my grandmother built on a plot of land they purchased in North Carolina. The very same sharecropping farm that he worked on as a small child. His story is unique. His story is beautiful. Because it's American. And that's the only card I've ever been interested in playing.
I am black, I'm not oppressed. I am free.
That's good for you. That's an individual person. What about a systemic issue?
Where? I am black. I've always wanted to be. I have I do what I want. You have the skills. This is a country where you have the skills. You want to do what you want. You do it. Stop forcing on people to accept that they're oppressed. They are not. I am not oppressed. I am black. Stop making people accept that they're oppressed. You're forcing a rhetoric into your minds, which is not true. That's my point. You guys are not oppressed. You're lazy. That's all it is. Go get jobs. Work. I am oppressed. The white people are oppressing me. Why are they to oppress you? The idea is to create a group of people who feel oppressed, okay? Because if the more they feel oppressed, the more they're going to look for some kind of equalization. Nobody's oppressed in America. Look, I'm a foreigner. First of all Americans, we're all foreigners, okay? If I'm hardworking, America is a country. Why do you think the entire world wants to come to our country? Okay? Everybody wants to come to America, and they want to pretend we're oppressed. I am not oppressed. I'm black. I'm not oppressed. I have a master's in healthcare administration. Okay, I'm going to be working for a federal agency. I am not oppressed. No black in America. I don't feel oppressed. I'll tell you that. If you're driven, you're going to accomplish what you want to accomplish. We're in the country of the free. Okay? And let the mainstream media stop trying to force in on people to accept that they're oppressed. I am not oppressed. I am black. I'm not oppressed. Okay? Trying to make some people feel oppressed is just to weaken them. That's the bottom line. You want to make this group of black people feel that they're weak and that there's some power on top of them. No one is oppressing nobody.
I think that, yes, many people are addicted to the drama. They're just addicted to the drama, and they're bored.
And because elevating black people now requires hard work, telling them to be responsible, telling them not to blame other people, and that's hard work. It's much easier to point to somebody else and say, here's your plight, here's why you're the way you are. And that's why they don't want to do this. And that's why people like you and me are considered to be evil, considered to be enemies. Last time I was on CNN, one of the last times I was on CNN, I mentioned a poll that was done by CNN and Time magazine in 1997. And black teens and white teens were asked about racism. And not too surprisingly, most of them, both black teens and white teens, felt that racism was a major problem in America. But then blacks were asked, is racism a major problem, a minor problem, or no problem in your own daily life? 89%, Candace, of black teens said racism was a minor problem or no problem in my own daily life. In fact, more black teens and white teens said failure to take advantage of available opportunities is a bigger problem than racism. So I mentioned that to Don Lemon last time I was on CNN. That was the last time I was on CNN.
Oh, Don Lemon, yeah, exactly right. He's almost had me on a few times. He's had me on a few times. He picks his guests very carefully because he likes to believe he's the smartest person in the room, but I think he's a total intellectual coward, to be honest with you.
He's a victocrat. He's one of these well-groomed, well-dressed, well-paid young black people that sit around and talk about how difficult it is for you to do what I've done.
The role of systemic racism, to whatever degree it exists, is minimal at this point. And there's a whole narrative built around the idea that this is the primary obstacle facing black people. And it's worth noting, I don't think most black people actually believe this. Because, I mean, there are various polls to cite here, but there's one from Pew that asked black people without college educations, has your race held you back at all in life? 60% said no. It's a recent Pew poll. Another Gallup poll asked, is bias the main issue facing you in jobs and housing? 60% again said no. The Harvard sociologist Ethan Foss has done extensive polling of the black community and found that disconnected black youth, which are black youth who aren't in schools and don't have jobs, the people on the lowest rung of society, something around 30% of them think the system is rigged and 70% don't. So what we're getting is we're getting the voices of black people who believe the systemic racism narrative promoted to the most powerful media positions in our country. So we're getting the impression that this is a uniform view, and it's not.
And it's a bunch of nonsense. The number one problem domestically facing this country is the breakdown of the family. And President Obama said it. I didn't. A black kid, or a kid, not just a black kid, a kid raised without a dad is 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crimes, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. So you're far more likely to end up in jail without having a dad than you are because of a white racist cop.
Right. So, but you wouldn't not acknowledge that there are some systemic issues.
Give me an example. Tell me what you think the most systemic racist issue is. What is it?
Well, I would say that because black people in many cases, were descendants of slaves, that racism as an institution, that it just, a certain amount of it just exists.
2015? Give me the most blatant racist example you can come up with right now.
I think you could probably find evidence that, in general, cops are more willing to shoot if the perpetrator is black.
I had to actually research and realize, wow, because you hit on the total myth of police brutality. And at that point, I was like, well, we can't say it's not happening. Here's a video, here's an entire video where we're watching Philando Castile be murdered. And yet you just said, what are the facts behind this? What is going on behind this? How many blacks are actually being murdered by police officers? And of course, when I did my research, higher chance of being struck by lightning.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Do we know that generally the American law enforcement officers are racist. Do we know this?
Go on.
I ask a question.
Do I know American general law enforcement are racist? I don't think anyone is accusing. If you're insinuating that people are accusing or saying that law enforcement across this country as a whole are racist, then your assumption is wrong.
First of all, this whole anti-police rhetoric is based on a lie. There is no data, and you know this. There is no data, there is no research that proves any of that nonsense. None. Even
you'd have to be more specific about what data and what nonsense you're talking about.
That law enforcement officers treat black males different than white males in policing in these urban centers.
There is data that supports
There is not data.
No. The president spoke about it. Cedric Alexander, who is a law enforcement
has been
officer,
lying about it. He said it again the other day when he said black males are 2 times more likely to be shot by a law enforcement officer than white males. Don, that is a lie.
That is not a lie.
It is a lie.
Yes.
Show me.
Research.
Show me.
The research
Show it to me
that we have from the Washington Post. That
the Washington Post debunked that nonsense.
The Washington Post did an analysis of how many people were killed by the police in the recent years, 1,000 of them. 500 of them were white. 250 were black. There were more unarmed white men killed by the police than unarmed black men. I was invited to Ohio State to give a speech before the football team by Coach Urban Meyer, then the coach. He called me and he asked me if I'd come in to talk to his players. And I said, Coach, are you aware that I went to the University of Michigan? And he paused for almost 10 seconds. I thought I killed him. So I came to the class and I addressed all these football players, and they were like this, Candace. They were not having it. They were not having it.
Black and
most
conservative.
of them were black, and they were all like this. And I'm sure they thought it was Uncle Tom and a sellout and all the words you've heard before.
Yep.
And I said there were about 16 unarmed black men killed last year by the police, and you can probably name the unarmed black men that have been killed in recent years, whether it's Eric Gardner or Freddie Gray or Trayvon Martin. I know he wasn't killed by a cop, but he was killed by a guy that purported to be the neighborhood watchman. Sandra Bland, we all know their names. Michael Brown. I said there were more unarmed white men killed by the police than unarmed black men. Name one. Room was silent for almost 20 seconds.
See, that's that Larry Elder thing where you're just like, you realize you don't know anything.
And when you talk to cops, Candace, they will tell you they are more hesitant to pull the trigger on a black suspect than a white suspect. And this has been documented. There's an economist named Roland Fryer. He's at Harvard. He is so brilliant. He's I think he's the youngest tenured professor at Harvard ever, no matter the subject. And he did a study on whether or not the police were using deadly force against black people disproportionately. And he assumed he was going to find out that they were. He was shocked. He said it was the most shocking and surprising finding of his career.
Wow.
He found out the police were more hesitant to pull the trigger on a black person than on a white person. And there was another study done by some researchers at a university in Washington that found the same thing. It's just a lie. And the police and the feds do a survey called I think it's called the Police Public Contact Survey every 2 or 3 years. They ask people if you had any interaction with the police. And if you did, tell us about your interaction. By race, by gender, by whatever. And it turns out they can't find any pattern of discrimination against black people. And I'm not saying that there aren't bad cops, obviously. There are bad talk show hosts. There are bad doctors. There are bad lawyers.
They're bad people.
But a systemic, planned out, institutional kind of thing, the data are not there. And you know it's not there because if it were, there'd have been class action lawsuits against the police by all these black lawyers who are around, who are making this argument.
Right. One of the things I was really interested in is just the detrimental effects of these sorts of lies, where people don't realize that the people that negatively impacts the most is always the community that they're trying to help, right? So you create this entire narrative and what happens? Black people start raising up. We start burning down our own neighborhoods. You have black police officers that are negatively impacted by it because they're even being called Uncle Toms and Coons just because they're pulling someone over. And I had a former police officer here discussing that, how it impacted the black police officers.
And regarding what this, the damage this false accusation does, the police pull back. Once you call them racist, and they're afraid that if they pull somebody over who's black, they're going to be accused of racism. They may even be prosecuted. They may even lose their pension. They're going to pull back. And when they pull back, crime goes up. So outside of Ferguson and St. Louis, where Michael Brown was shot and killed, crime went up. Crime went up in Baltimore after Freddie Gray was killed. Crime went up in Chicago.
My message has been clear from day one 2 years ago. This anti-cop sentiment from this hateful ideology called Black Lives Matter has fueled this rage against the American police officer. I predicted this 2 years ago. So what I want to know,
okay, Sheriff.
do I want to know?
With all due respect, do you know that this was because of that?
Yes, I do.
As a law enforcement officer?
I've been watching this for 2 years. I predicted this. This anti-police rhetoric sweeping the country has turned out some hateful things inside of people that are now playing themselves out on the American police officer.
The Black Lives Matter movement, by the way, did they tell you about David Dorn, the black police officer in St. Louis who was murdered by the rioters? His murder was live streamed on Facebook. Where are the protests for him? Does his black life not matter? It doesn't, because it doesn't serve the purpose of the Black Lives Matter movement, which is to undermine the rule of law and impose Marxism in our nation, which is why it's okay to challenge the movement and no, that doesn't make you a racist.
I want to know, with all of the black-on-black violence in the United States of America, by the way, when the tragedies happened in Louisiana and Minnesota, you know that 21 black people were murdered across the United States? Was there any reporting on that?
There was a black officer who was killed today. But
was there any reporting on that?
Sheriff, please, let's just keep the volume down here. So I understand, and listen, I'm
looking at 3 dead cops this week, Sheriff, and I'm looking at 5 last year. You trying to tell me to keep it down?
Just please. If you'll just please, we can keep it civil. So, because the message to people at home, I'm sure you want, is one of civility.
I wish, Don, I wish you had that message of civility.
I would like to have a conversation
toward
with
this
you.
Hateful ideology, these purveyors of hate.
You don't know what my message is.
That's
what I
what
want
they
to say
do.
to you is
these people preach vile and virtue
in
the name of hate.
And we'll be right back.
Look, a majority of black people killed in this country is not about white police officers. It's about blacks. A majority of all blacks are killed by their own race.
Yeah.
And we only make up, what, 12% of the population?
Yeah.
It's not white men gunning down black men. It's black men gunning down black men. Yeah. Have y'all forgot who killed Malcolm X? Who killed Tupac? Who killed Biggie? We killing each other. Ain't no white man out there in a hood killing us. It's us.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter. Bullshit. If y'all really cared about black lives, y'all would show up whenever somebody's shot and killed in these urban neighborhoods.
Then again, that's not the point.
The Black Lives Matter movement exploits people's fear and uses false information to convince people that if you don't join the Black Lives Matter protests, you're a racist. But the underlying premise of the Black Lives Matter movement is false. The Black Lives Matter movement claims police officers are systemically racist and disproportionately kill unarmed black men with impunity. If that claim was true, we'd have a big problem. But that claim is not true. Here are the facts. Black Americans are approximately 13% of the U.S. population. The Black Lives Matter movement will tell you 36% of unarmed people killed by police, and that statistic, by the way, is from 2015, were black. The Black Lives Matter movement will point to that disparity in population percentage versus the percentage of people who are killed by police who are black and blame that on racism. But the truth is hidden in the numbers. Black Americans make up 13% of the U.S. population, but according to Andrew McCarthy, black people commit 53% of murders and 60% of robberies. That is your disparity. Behavior, not police racism. Furthermore, according to the Washington Post, who tracks data on police shootings, in 2019 there were 1,004 police-involved shootings. 370 of the victims were white, 235 were black. Only 41 total were unarmed. 9 of the total unarmed were black. And that statistic doesn't talk about any behavior inherent to the shooting of the 9 unarmed black people. Were they resisting arrest, attacking the police officer, hurting somebody else? That information is not found in a numerical statistic. To put that statistic in different words, black people make up 25% of the total number of people killed annually by police. That means 75% of the time, decedents of police shootings are not black. Heather McDonald then reminds us of a statistic the Black Lives Matter movement won't tell you, and I quote, "A police officer is 18.5 times more likely to be killed by a black male than an unarmed black male is to be killed by a police officer," end quote. But the bias inherent to that, the Black Lives Matter movement won't talk about it, nor will they mention the 2019 study called Officer Characteristics and Racial Disparities in Fatal Officer-Involved Shootings that concluded the following, and I quote, "We did not find evidence for anti-black or anti-Hispanic disparity in police use of force across all shootings, and if anything, found anti-white disparities when controlling for race-specific crime," end quote. And of course, the Black Lives Matter movement will never allow anybody to talk about the fact that 2,570 black people are killed by other black people every single year, according to 2016 FBI crime data. Barry Latzer, emeritus professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice at the City University of New York, he's the author of The Rise and Fall of Violent Crime in America. He writes in the National Review, and I quote, "In 2018, where the homicide victim was black, the suspected killer also was 88% of the time. And this is not an exceptional situation. From 1976 to 2005, 94% of black victims were killed by other African Americans," end quote.
The very people that these people, Black Lives Matter, claim that they care about, those are the ones who are hurt the most.
Right.
Why isn't Black Lives Matter out here in South Central Los Angeles dealing with the Crips and the Bloods? They're killing each other.
Black on black, and that goes against the narrative.
I don't know who committed this crime, but believe me, once we find out, this person will be brought to justice.
Are you getting a sense of authority that this was one shooter? This was a white police officer gunning down 3 blacks and injuring 4. Wilson High School will be set on fire, and every black leader, every community leader will be up here. Black Lives Matter, hands up. Blacks are murdering blacks every 32 hours since June. I've been in this town all my life. I'm 56 years old. I am afraid of being shot and gunned down by a black. Again, if this was a white police officer shooting and killing 3 blacks, people will be out here, the school will be on fire, people will be coming forward saying, "I saw this white police officer." But because it's black on black crime, it is socially acceptable for blacks not to talk to the police. It is appalling. And every 32 hours since June, blacks been murdering blacks. And y'all guys got to do a better job.
If y'all, like, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives only matter when a white person takes a life.
Yeah.
Like, this is a perfect example of what's been happening over these riots. 2 police officers have died at the hands of rioters. They're both black, dedicated their lives to their communities.
More black people have died since these riots.
And where's Black Lives Matter? Because it's not about saving black lives. It's about pushing this agenda on black people's minds, keeping them enslaved. That's the whole point of this. This is not to help black people. It's to keep you pissed off. Look how pissed you are.
Do you feel like the mainstream media or the establishment media is portraying things accurately or the protests accurately?
No. What I think is that the mainstream media is helping propel this voice, which is very, very skewed from reality. Okay, because the mainstream media can help them look at things from that perspective. Why don't you start at home? Bring the numbers to their attention. Here are the numbers. They don't lie. African Americans kill each other more than anything. These are numbers. How about you start the change at home? How about that? Why does it take a white person to kill a black person for them to come out, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world? This is common sense. You want to change? Start the change at home. Common sense. But there's more violence in your own communities. What do you do about that?
We're talking about this hateful ideology called Black Lives Matter. You said you're not a member. You can't be a member. It's not an organization. There's no structure.
That's what you're talking about. Listen, I understand, and
it is a hateful ideology.
I understand it's a very stressful time for you.
These individuals.
And Sheriff, we appreciate you coming on.
They preach vile and vitriol in the name of virtue.
Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate it.
Right.
6,000 black people were killed last year, almost all of them killed by other black people.
Right.
As opposed to a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of unarmed black people killed by the police. And unarmed, by the way, does not mean not dangerous. Michael Brown was unarmed, but they found his DNA on the officer's gun. He was charging, trying to get the gun.
Right.
So even if you're unarmed, doesn't mean you're not dangerous. But the point is, those are the ones that we care about when an unarmed black person is killed. Let's deal with them on a case-by-case basis. Almost always the officers are either exonerated or they can't get a guilty plea. And that's because most people recognize that what officers do is dangerous. They have to make split decisions at crucial times, and you have this big presumption of innocence, and you have to find them guilty by beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's hard to do that.
Last year, well, look, I know a lot of people would say, "Look what's going on in Chicago."
I know what they would say.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what the facts are. 965 people were shot by cops last year and killed. 4% of them were white cops shooting unarmed blacks. In Chicago in 2011, 21 people were shot and killed by cops. In 2015, there were 7. In Chicago, which is a third black, a third white, and a third Hispanic, 70% of the homicides are black on black. About 40 per month, almost 500 per year last year in Chicago, and 75% of them are unsolved. Where is the Black Lives Matter on that?
Let's have a conversation about the black-on-black crime, which kills more black males, which is more of a threat to any black male in the United States than a law enforcement officer.
Sure.
Black kills black more than anything. You know that. It doesn't take a white person to kill them for you to come out. Hypocrites. Bunch of hypocrites. Black lives matter only when a white person touches a black person. Do you know how many black kids got killed in Northeast DC this morning? What did you do? You guys are the racists. My point was that black kids in Chicago get killed every single day. Where is the Black Lives Matter in Chicago? Where are they? When black people kill black people, they don't come out and do this crap. The only time they do this crap is when a white person touches them. They are the racists. They are the racists. Because white cops, it's wrong for a white cop to kill a black person, that's for sure. But if it matters, it should matter at all times. Violence is wrong, period. It's not about blacks. You agree that whites kill whites too, right? Have you seen any white person coming out and saying white life matter or white thing? No, violence is wrong.
They literally do all the time. Every time there's a Black Lives Matter protest, a white person.
It's not a black problem. It's a violence problem. The blacks kill blacks in black neighborhoods every single day. I've never seen a Black Lives Matter in those neighborhoods. Never. Never. Do you know what they say? When a black person kills a black in a black neighborhood, they come out and they say, when the police comes, do you know what they tell the police? Snitches get stitches.
I know that. Okay.
Snitches get stitches. But if a white person kills a black person, Black Lives Matter. Stop the hypocrisy. Nobody takes this seriously. Nobody. If it matters, it should matter in black neighborhoods. You start cleaning at home.
So why don't you go?
You
Why don't
start
you
the
start?
trees at home.
Why don't you start?
I'm not carrying anything saying Black Lives Matter. I know I matter.
Why don't you start?
You guys are wasting everybody's time. Okay?
Since you're so
black
excited
kills
about
black
this.
more than any race. Where's the Black Lives Matter?
People kill in their community.
Where's the Black Lives Matter?
If Black Lives matter, what about the black lives killed every year in the U.S. by abortion? Since 1973, abortion has killed 20 million black babies in our country. Since Roe v. Wade, abortion has reduced the black population by 25%, partly because 78% of Planned Parenthood abortion clinics are in or near minority neighborhoods, targeting minority women, because Planned Parenthood's founder, Margaret Sanger, was a eugenicist. These black babies, do their lives matter? Not to the hypocritical Black Lives Matter movement.
Lives matter or just some black lives? The black lives killed by black men matter, right? Yes? The black babies killed in the abortions clinics matter, right? Thought so. The black officers killed by that bastard in Minnesota, that matters too, right? Okay. But the black babies that are killed in the abortion clinics don't matter, do they? Medical people. Do their lives matter? Does the future of our black babies matter? Huh? What's up? What's up? Awful quiet now, aren't they? Uh-huh. It's okay if we kill them in the womb, right? If we don't respect the lives of our unborn children enough to save them and fight for them, our lives mean nothing once we're born. You all have a good day.
What does that have
when you
to do
take
with
in
Baton Rouge, Louisiana?
rates of involvement in violent crime, and crime in general, but violent crime, you're going to see that black males are overrepresented. Overrepresented in terms of being involved in violent crime. That's going to mean more arrests. That's going to mean more people going to prison. This stuff has already been debunked.
The idea that a racist white cop shooting unarmed black people is a peril to black people is BS. It's complete and total BS. And the reason for these so-called activists saying this is the assumption that racism remains a major problem in America. The media, CNN, especially MSNBC, runs down whenever a black cop shoots somebody, and it's some march on Washington. It's ridiculous. Black people, half the homicides in this country are committed by and against black people. Last year there were 14,000 homicides. I'm not talking about suicides. I'm talking about homicides. Half of them were black. 96% of them black on black of that 7,000. Where's the Black Lives Matter people on that?
Using wrong examples to present an argument leads us nowhere forward. I understand the emotion and I respect my opposition, but when you go into the areas of making false charges and living in the past, you do not address the issues of the present.
Black Lives Matter is a joke. You are the racist. The racist is you. It's because the white guy killed that. You think they're racist. The racist, the Black Lives Matter. Go to Chicago. They don't have schools. And they die every day. They don't matter. Because you can get attention from that. Go to Shut up. Nobody want to hear it. Shut up. Group of hypocrites. Go to Southeast DC, Northeast. Tell them Black Lives Matter. If it matters, it should matter everywhere. You guys are hypocrites. Attention seekers. Attention seekers. Black lives should matter everywhere. It doesn't take a white cop to kill a black person to matter.
Yes, you can challenge the Black Lives Matter movement, and no, that doesn't make you a racist. Because challenging the group or the movement isn't challenging the premise that Black Lives Matter. Of course Black Lives Matter. It's dishonest, petty, and intellectually lazy of the left to pretend that if you challenge the Black Lives Matter group, you don't want equality for black people. But the Black Lives Matter group itself is extremely problematic, and you can and you should challenge it. Here's why. There are 4 major problems with the Black Lives Matter movement. The problems are the founders, the political agenda, the underlying premise, and the hypocrisy. Remember, this group was initially started on a lie told by the radical left, accusing Officer Darren Wilson of murdering Michael Brown in cold blood in Ferguson, Missouri. That's false. Even the FBI says they have proof that Brown was attacking Officer Wilson before Wilson shot him. But the founders of this movement, they didn't care about the truth. The founders of the Black Lives Matter movement are 3 lesbian radicals named Alicia Garza, Opal Tometi, and Patrice Coolers, whose goals, political goals, include destroying the rule of law in America. These 3 women, the co-founders of the movement, are dedicated, in their own words, to rebuilding the black liberation movement. They believe that black people, and I'm quoting here, bear the burden of state-sponsored experiments that attempt to squeeze them into boxes of normality defined by white supremacist state violence. End quote.
The leadership of Black Lives Matter is openly Marxist.
We are trained Marxists. We are super versed on sort of ideological theories.
They say that white people have to die for black communities to be made whole.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
They admit that there is no plan other than destruction, and that the destruction is what will fuel the black minds to recreate a new world. The full-on destruction of America is underway. Violent racial attacks against white people are being celebrated on social media as some sort of social justice. But any sane, reasonable mind understands that this only serves to frighten, divide, and enrage the people.
But look here, this whole Black Lives Matter, why I can't get down with this organization?
Main reason, your whole narrative that police officers are hunting down black men on a daily. Yeah, like it's a purge, right? Is that Black Lives Matter? That was built on a lie. Remember this? Hands up. Don't shoot. Yeah, Mr. Brown, the guy that got Ferguson riots. Ferguson riots. That initially, when that story broke, they said the cops just got out the car and just started shooting. Hands up, don't shoot. That was a lie. That was witnesses. That's why that cop didn't go down for that, because there was white and black witnesses that came out and said, no, this dude was out of control. That was a fight for us. Like, he had to kill him. Yeah. So, but you know what? The thing is, when it comes about police shootings and police brutality, let me break it down for you. In the white community, when a white man is shot and killed by the cops, and he's unarmed, white people don't trip. Because when he read the narrative, when he found out the real story, he attacked the police officer. He tried to take his gun. Everybody in the white community will say he deserves to get shot. Yeah. You know, the police officer should try to protect himself. Yeah. In the black community, that same story, that same narrative, oh, he shot an unarmed black man. He didn't have to kill him. He was unarmed. White people hold their own communities to a high standard to blacks. Just because you unarmed doesn't mean that shooting was not justified. Yeah. You grab a man's gun, what do you think's going to happen? Yeah. You attack a police officer, jumps in his car, and start punching him in the face? You deserve to get shot, man. Yeah. Jeez. I mean, come on, people. And you got to realize what the media is doing to you. That Black Lives Matter organization is just to keep black folks upset because the Democrats want you to vote for the Democrats. Yeah, that's the whole point of this organization, is keep black people pissed off. Yeah. So they can keep you enslaved mentally like you need them. Yeah. Because they're supposed to be y'all saviors. They're not trying to fix any issues in your community. No. They just want to keep y'all pissed off so y'all be indebted to them, because supposedly they're going to clean this up for you. Yeah. They're going to give you your reparations. They're going to make your life better. Yeah. Ain't nobody going to make your life better except you. Except you. What if the Democrat Party woke up and they stopped preaching race and identity politics? The Democratic Party would be signing their own death warrant. You won't need them anymore. If black people woke up and say, I don't need the government, I don't need the Democrats, I don't need Republicans, I just need to make good decisions, stay out of trouble, and work hard, I can achieve anything I want in my life. Yeah. If black people woke up and did that, you don't need the Democrats. You don't need Republicans. Yeah. It's not a race issue. It's more of a humanity issue. It's more a police brutality issue. And if you want to fix police brutality, you don't hold no ridiculous lie like that. Black Lives Matter. Everybody knows Black Lives Matter. Yeah. Another thing I want to add is you can't. It makes you feel good about the Black Lives Matter, but still, that's pushing a lie. It's like black people getting gunned down by cops. Yeah, there's been some instances with some bad cops out there. Yeah. But it's been some instances where some bad cops kill white folks. Yeah, so that's why it's so bad to walk around with that, because you're pushing a lie. Yeah, it's a lie, and it's only hurting black folks. You're not helping them. You're just digging that hole of oppression deeper and deeper. Yeah. There's more white people getting shot and killed unarmed than blacks. Yeah, that's by the cops. But you don't never hear about it because it doesn't fit the media narrative and it doesn't fit their agenda. That's why they're pushing it, because they want blacks to stay on that Democrat plantation. It's all a lie. It's to keep you upset. Yeah. So there's where you would say that this is purely because of social justice. This is purely because they want ultimately for people to be angry enough to just keep voting Democrats. That's right.
Black lives don't matter if you vote for Democrats. Move the fuck out of my way. Black lives don't matter if you vote for Democrats. We're tired of you white liberals always doing some fuck shit. Move out of our way. You guys don't care. You guys, you can start what you want. I don't give a fuck. I said what the fuck I said. Move the fuck out of my way. My kids are in this car. I want to go home. If you care about black lives, stop fucking voting for Democrats. You care about black lives, stop fucking voting for Democrats. Come on, you racist white liberals do this shit every fucking 4 years. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. Stop acting like you fucking care about us. You care about us, then take your ass to the abortion clinic. Tell them start killing their fucking babies. Fuck you. No, fuck you, you dumb bitch. You're not here for me. You're here because you're dumb as fuck.
I think Obama thought of himself as a badass.
Right.
But then he got into office and he realized unless you get that 95% black vote, you're not going to get reelected. How do you get that? You keep them angry. Keep talking about racism.
Right.
And so he was stuck. He wanted to get reelected, but he also realized that if he told the truth that racism is not a major problem in America, and black people start thinking about schools and education and crime and the other things that other people think about, they wouldn't have this allegiance to the Democratic Party.
Exactly.
And where's the evidence of the lack of social justice? When a black suspect is killed by a cop, believe me, the media is on it. People are watching it, and justice will, for the most part, occur. In Baltimore, where Freddie Gray was killed. Freddie Gray died in a van. I shouldn't say was killed. Died in a van.
Yeah.
You have a city that's 45% black. City council is 100% Democrat. The majority of city council is black. The top cop at the time was black. The number 2 cop was black. The majority of the command staff is black. The mayor is black. The AG is black. And yet here we are talking about racism. I mean, it's absurd.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
So it's funny, I find myself caught in between this a little bit as a liberal, where I want to always try to defend the other. So in this case, the other being black people, I'm always sympathetic to that. And that, at the same time, I hear you laying out a pretty solid case.
These are just the facts. I'll tell you something else, too. There was just a study, University of Washington. And it turns out cops were more reluctant, more hesitant to pull the trigger against a black suspect than a white suspect, probably because of the fear of being accused of racially profiling and the fear that the civil rights establishment was going to come down on him. So if anything, whites are more likely to be shot by a cop under certain circumstances than a black person. And in the last 30 or 40 years, the percentage of suspects killed by cops who are black has declined 75%. However, the percentage of whites killed by cops has flatlined.
Yeah.
And so, if anything, people are more concerned about shooting black people for fear that they're going to be called racist. And almost every one of these incidents, whether it's Eric Gardner in New York, who died because he was selling Lucy's and resisted arrest, whether it's Tamir Rice in Cleveland, who was twirling around the gun, whether it's Michael Brown in Ferguson, who had just committed a strong-arm robbery, almost every one of these incidents involved somebody resisting arrest. Why don't you just do what the police tell you? My dad said, when I get pulled over, have my hand at 10 o'clock, have my hand at 2 o'clock, say yes, sir, say no, sir, make sure my paperwork is in order, and if I feel the cop is mistreating me, get a badge number and deal with it later on. If Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and Obama and the whole group of them told black people to do that, we'd have a lot fewer of these things to deal with in the first place.
Yeah. All right. So I'm with you. I'm hearing a lot of what you're saying here. So as a black conservative then, who now you've laid out your case there.
But you haven't laid out yours. I asked you to name the most important example of racism, and you gave white cops going after black people. And I told you, gave you the facts for that, so that's nonsense. So you must have something else. What else is it? If you think racism remains a problem in America, give it to me.
Well, I think it remains a problem.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
It may not be systemic in that it's not like you're not being hired because you're black. There's no systemic reason, legal reason that exists, that kind of thing. But I think that racism as a general theory exists.
I need some specifics. You gave me the white cop thing. What else? Give me another example where you think is a problem.
Well, as a black conservative, tell me how do you get people to come around?
You're the one who made the assertion that you think racism remains a major problem in America. I asked you to give me an example. You gave me white cops going after blacks. As far as I'm concerned, you didn't hold it up very well. What's the other argument you have? What's the other thing?
Well, I don't know that it's systemic in the sort of macro sense.
I'm not mad. I just want to know what it is you're talking about.
That's exactly what. Believe me, that's 100% why I wanted to have you.
Blacks are not getting into school. BS. That we have we have affirmative action. So a black person with an SAT and a GPA of X will get into a school faster and easier than a white person with an SAT or a GPA of X. And if going to school is a route to the middle class, you can make an argument that blacks have an easier route to the middle class. If you're talking about about poverty, the poorer you are, the more accessible loans and grants are for you. The problem, the biggest burden that black people have, in my opinion, again, is the percentage of blacks, 75% of them, that are raised without fathers.
Incarceration rates in America has been a problem, especially as opposed to minorities. And Roman delves into the issues around the legal system. Do you think we've made any headway in the
I think it's more important to make headway in our own house. By the time the system comes into play, the damage is done. They're not locking up 7-year-olds.
Yeah.
I was in Chicago a couple of 3-4 weeks ago, and we saw these little kids on bikes with masks on the side of their head, like 5 or 6 of them. And the driver said, yeah, they're little yummies. I said, who? He said, Little Yummies. Look up, Google Lil Yummy. Lil Yummy was an 11-year-old murderer.
Wow.
And you look at his picture, you'll see the headshot of him, and he's like this. And he got murdered at 11 by a 14-year-old.
Wow.
Who's doing life now, and a 16-year-old.
That makes no sense.
You blame the system? Where was his father? It starts in the house. It starts in the home. And yeah, well, my father got locked up. Well, where was his father?
Yeah.
You know, like I did talk about my 3 closest friends, and they did, 15 to 25. One did 28, this and that. I was the only one of the 3 that had a father in my life, even though my parents were together. But I still had a father who was a gentle man and a good example, and they didn't. We can blame the system if we want, but they didn't lock any of us up at 7.
Yeah.
We were all doing enough to get locked up at 13. My parents sent me in another direction. They didn't have anybody to help them, and they kept doing what they was doing, and the system got them. So
in the 1960s, 80+% of blacks were 2-parent homes. Today, that is reversed completely the other way.
And that has every other social negative consequence connected to it. Crime, not being able to compete economically in the country, being more likely to be arrested. That's the number one problem facing the black community. And when I hear people tell me about systemic racism or unconscious racism, I always say, give me an example, and almost nobody can do it.
So the family stuff. So I'll follow your logic there on the family stuff. What can actually be done about that then? I mean, because that's a big
reverse the welfare state. In 1890, 1900, you look at census reports. A black kid, believe it or not, was slightly more likely to be born to a nuclear intact family than a white kid. Even during slavery, a black kid was more likely to be born under a roof with his biological mother and biological father than today. What's happened is we launched this so-called war on poverty in the 60s. Where literally Lyndon Johnson sent people knocking on doors. I lived in the 60s, and people knocked on doors apprising women of their availability to welfare, provided there was no man in the house. And we went from 25% of blacks being born outside of wedlock in 65 to 75% right now. And you look at how much money that we spent on welfare, and the lines are parallel. It was a neutron bomb dropped on this country, not just on the black community, but on people in general. At one time, only about 5% of whites were born outside of wedlock. Now 25% of whites are born outside of wedlock. I was in college in 1970, and there was a report called the Moynihan Report, The Negro Family, A Case for National Action. It was written by a liberal, by a man who became a Democratic senator from New York. And at the time, 25% of black kids were born outside of wedlock. He said, my God, this number is horrific. If we don't do something about it, it could get even higher. Well, fast forward, 25% of white kids are now born outside of wedlock. It is the number one problem in this country. And what we've done, in my opinion, is we've economically incentivized women to marry the government, and we've allowed men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. And now we have this.
I also think that the source of all that, all of those statistics is really our marriage to the government. That's what happened. If you want to talk about systemic, I always say, is there systemic racism? Yeah, there's a noose and you can hang yourself with it if you want to go and take from the government. Yeah, you'll find it. It's been systemized to make sure that you will never, ever get off of the government handouts. I know that because I lived it. Right. I literally have family members that are trying to figure out how to scam the government so they can keep this small check without realizing, and the government sets it up that they don't want to get rid of it. The government comes to you and they say, here is $1,000 a month that I will give you, right? If you make more in your real life, you make $1,001, we're going to take your $1,000. Now you only make $1. So, I mean, you understand why they develop this mentality of, well, I can't make $1,001. But then your whole life, you're not making more than $1,001. And you see that in our community. It's so pervasive and no one wants to talk about it. And this system was created by an avowed racist, Lyndon Baines Johnson, right? Who is celebrated in our textbooks as a hero to Black America. Okay. Margaret Sanger is celebrated in our textbooks as a hero to Black America. She's celebrated in museums, just so you know. Museums in D.C., I can't remember which museum I went to a few weeks ago, and it was honoring Margaret Sanger as like this woman who just brought the word forward. She is on record as an avowed racist. She hated Black people. She wanted us exterminated as weeds, and we are learning to celebrate her.
Yeah, she believed in eugenics.
Right. Okay. So do you think then that as a Black conservative, that the biggest issue is it's impossible to have this conversation? Right. Like the stuff we're talking about right now is rarely really discussed in the media. You know, you've written some books about it, and it's people talk about it every now and again, but we rarely have this discussion because, and this is where I will agree with you, that the left has made language such a problem and everyone's so trigger-warned and safe space that we're afraid that if you have this conversation, that somehow I'm going to come off racist.
No,
you know, or
that's not where we don't have the conversation. We don't have the conversation because the left would then have to look in the mirror and go, Jesus H. Christ, look at what I've done. And they don't want to do this. I've had a radio show for almost 25 years. I've invited Jesse Jackson on 50 times, 60 times. I've invited Al Sharpton on that number. Maxine Waters, another loudmouth black woman around here who's running around talking about racism. She won't come on my show either. They don't want to deal with these issues. Why? Let's have a conversation. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. Give me your data. Give me your facts. Tell me what you got.
Yeah.
And I could quote the Brookings Institution, which is a liberal think tank, and the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank, and they'll both tell you that there's a relationship between crime and bad schools and going to prison and not having a dad. So this is not just a liberal kind of thing or a conservative kind of thing. It's a real world kind of thing, and they don't want to have that conversation. I've never heard a reporter ask Obama about the connection between the rise of the single-parent household and the rise of welfare spending. I've never heard anybody ask him that question. Not one time.
Yeah.
And so, as far as I'm concerned, there's this desire not to have this conversation for fear that it then will cause you to rethink your assumptions. A psychologist would call that cognitive dissonance. This anxiety that you feel when you have had your assumptions challenged and you don't want to do it. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah. So how then would someone like you or someone that believes in the things that you're talking about, how do you wrestle away a little bit of the narrative from the Black Lives Matter folks? Because obviously
I tell the truth.
You care about the same things.
Of course
right?
I do. I tell the truth. I talk about the number one cause of preventable death for young white men is car accidents. The number one cause of preventable death for young black men is homicide committed by other young black men. I tell the truth. I give the facts. And the facts are racist.
Yeah. So facts are racist.
Facts are racist.
Right.
Hashtag facts are racist.
Right. So, I'm friends with another black conservative, David Webb. You probably know him on Sirius XM, and he's a Fox News contributor. And I had been doing a progressive show a while back, and I was on with someone, and they didn't know him personally, nor knew that I was friends with him.
Right.
And they kept saying he's the token black guy on Fox.
Right.
Now, I'm sure you get plenty of this kind of thing.
Token, bootlicker, Uncle Tom, Sambo Tom, coconut as in brown on the outside, white on the inside, Oreo, same concept, the Antichrist.
Man, you got a whole list.
Because they've got to malign somebody like me. I am a bigger threat to their whole ideology than almost anybody else. A black guy who does not believe that he's a victim, a black guy who believes in hard work and personal responsibility, a black guy who doesn't believe in handouts, a black guy who doesn't believe in the welfare state, a black guy who doesn't believe in affirmative action. I am the antithesis of everything they stand for. And therefore, I can't just be dealt with facts and rebutted with facts. I've got to be maligned. I've got to be cast away. I've got to be treated as if I'm Darth Vader. That's what the left does.
So that's interesting, and again, this is where I've really struggled with my guys on the left, because in a way that is actually showing
it's racist. Of course it is. It's bigotry.
Right? Because
I don't have the same right to have an opinion as somebody else. I've never heard Rush Limbaugh be called anti-white because he criticizes Hillary and the left. But I criticize black left people, and I'm anti-black. It's bigotry. It's racism. Calling somebody an Uncle Tom is as offensive as calling somebody an N-word lover.
Yeah. So when it comes to the black community and politics, so I got you on a bunch of this stuff. The black community, in a lot of ways, isn't for some of the things that the Democratic Party is for, right? Because the black community, a lot of times, and it has a lot to do with the church, is more socially conservative.
The only thing that connects black people to the Democratic Party, in my opinion, is this notion of social justice and this notion that racism remains a major problem in America. Look down the list of things that black people like and support. Blacks are more pro-life than whites are. Blacks were more anti-gay marriage than whites were. That's one of the reasons this proposition passed here in California, is because of the way blacks and browns voted. Again, I didn't vote that way, but it's the way a lot of blacks and browns did.
These Democrats, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm not trying to be racist, but they hate black people. These are the same people who fought to keep slavery in. These are the same people who built the KKK. These are the same people who hated us from the beginning. The Republican Party is the party of the blacks. Blacks free, the Republican Party is the only party that the black people actually assisted in finding. But all of that history has been torn away. People say, oh, there was this big switch. There was never a big switch. The Union won because we had grown in the industrial era. So we were able to get trains and get supplies back to our soldiers while the Confederate was still riding horses. They were not able to get the supplies back fast enough, right? So what happened was once slavery was abolished in the South, the people in the South could no longer make their money from slaves. They had to move to the North to work in the industry to produce. And so the people in the North that already had established themselves in the industry moved to the South. And so that's where it was a transfer of people coming from the South to the North and people coming from the North to the South. There was never a big switch. So the same Democrats who hated black people from the beginning are the same ones who hate us now. And they use our cause. How did Black Lives Matter turn into something about LGBTQ? When blacks really don't support that. We're conservative. We're really not about that. Not only that, we don't support abortion. We're about working. This is the black culture. We ain't ever been about that. Not only that, we're not about feminism. No, we're not. Black women marry their husbands and respect their husbands. That's what we on. We're not on this, oh, I do what I want. We don't do that. That's not our community, and you would understand. I know you understand what I'm saying. Come on. We don't do that. But yet these people are hijacking our movement, and the Democratic Party, they're trying to hijack our stuff. No.
You break down the black family, right? And so in a normal setting, yes, you get your ideas from mom and dad. They tell you what's right and what's wrong. Mm-hmm. When you remove fathers from the home, you're still going to pursue that paternity elsewhere. Right. And where are you going for that paternity? The streets, hip hop. Jay-Z is raising you now. Your music is raising you and telling you what's right and what's wrong. Right. And then the third vertical that you turn to is education, the education system. So if you don't have mom and dad at home, what are your teachers telling you? Well, teachers are telling you that Republicans and Democrats switched, and it was called the Southern Strategy. Right. And suddenly they said, ooh, let's go on this side, and I'll go on the other side. We're learning that. We're actively learning our history wrong in school. That creates an uphill battle for people like you and me.
That's what I learned. I never learned about how the Republicans as a percentage more than voted for the Civil Rights Act of 64 than Democrats did. I didn't know that Democrats opposed the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know Democrats founded the Klan. I didn't know that until I got a lot older.
Same for me. I didn't learn it until these last 3 years. Mm-hmm. I didn't learn it until these last 3 years. I went through an entire education system and I did not learn that. It is a revisionist history. Mm-hmm. What is the solution for it?
Vouchers. Better schools.
Yes.
The Democratic Party is completely beholden to the teachers union and vice versa. The union is adamantly opposed to vouchers where the money follows the kid rather than the other way around. Inner city black women and fathers and inner city black brown women and brown fathers want vouchers. They realize the schools suck. I went to Crenshaw High School in South Central. Right now, 3%, that's not a typo, 3% of kids can do math at grade level. I'm going to send my kid to that school because I don't have enough money to send my kid to a better school. It's an assault. There's a program called the DC Hope Scholarship Program where every year parents who subscribe to the program, and it's 4 times as many people want to get in as there are seats, will give kids about $10,000 to $12,000 to go to a non-DC government school. And every 2 years when it's over, Obama and the Democrats try to shut it down. And the reason they don't is a bunch of black parents go to the streets, have a press conference, start crying and say, oh, my kid's doing better. I can't think of anything more damaging to a kid's future is to send him to a school where it's a Crip school, where the kids are not learning, where a lot of them are not learning because they don't care, and where the whole level is now dumbed down to cater to the lowest common denominator in a class. And as a result, you have kids that have poorer SAT scores than they otherwise would if they had a chance to go somewhere else that challenged them.
But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, and you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. We need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, you know, we've tried all of that, and the kids still can't pass the test. They say, oh, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there, it's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. But there's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The big, the wealthy, The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. They're irrelevant. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. You know something? They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Yeah. You know? And nobody seems to notice, nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
You look at the average amount of time spent on homework in an Asian household versus a white household versus a black household versus a Hispanic household. Again, night and day. And you wonder why the Asians are making better grades. They're spending a lot more time on homework than blacks are and browns are.
No, let's be clear. The Asians are doing the best in America right now, and nobody wants to talk about them because they destroy the concept that there's racism, right? They completely destroy it. Japanese Americans, where we had them in internment camps, now they're doing the best in America. How did that happen? Because they work hard. Because there's no such thing as Japanese lives matter. That's why.
There were even laws that forbade Japanese from owning farmland in California for a number of years.
I didn't know that.
And here they are.
Right. Yeah. And I see it. You know, I've had Japanese and Asian friends, and their parents, you get home after school and they make them do hours and hours and hours of homework and studying. Homework that isn't even homework. They just want them to study. They're studying numbers all the time.
And every year there's a hue and cry if not enough black people are nominated for Oscars. As you pointed out, Asian Americans, Japanese Americans, Chinese Americans, Korean Americans are making more money per capita than almost anybody else.
Right.
Where are their images on TV? Where are their images on the screen? To me, there is a access of indoctrination. You have the media, you have academia, and you have Hollywood, all of which tell black people that they're victims. Most professors are to the left. The media certainly is all to the left, and Hollywood's to the left. And so you get up and you're indoctrinated all the time with things like social justice, inequality, the man's out to get you, we need a higher minimum wage. You name the left-wing policy, and you pick it up through osmosis.
There is a class of colored people who make a business of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the hardships of the Negro race before the public. Some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs. There is a certain class of race problem solvers who don't want the patient to get well. That was said by Booker T. Washington.
You know, it's frustrating to me that people take race and they make it personal. You know what I mean? Like we're at a loss in this generation. If you look at it in the 80s, Archie Bunker was a stark racist. Stark. If you don't know who Archie Bunker is, look him up. All in the Family, great show.
You heard him.
The Jeffersons, stark racist. Fred Sanford, stark racist. But you know what black people and white people did? They laughed. You watch 48 Hours with Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte. Both of them hated each other because he was black and because he was white. You know what they did? They laughed.
Black History Month you find
ridiculous.
Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month?
Oh, come on.
What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? No, well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man.
You know, I said, and it's probably get me in trouble, but I said to some of my colleagues recently, so I know that it's an issue, but it seems like every single day on television I'm talking about race, and it's because of the news cycle, it's in the news, but sometimes I get so tired of talking about it, I want to just go, this is over, can we move on?
And if you talk about it, it exists.
Right.
Yeah. It's not like it exists and we refuse to talk about it, but making it a bigger issue than it needs to be is a problem.
When you see people step to the stage, like Elizabeth Warren, and she's offering reparations. it's actually like,
No. She wants us to have a full-throated national debate about reparations.
Let's do that right now. Let's have a full-throated
national, not a regional,
national debate about reparations, which means what?
Yes, it is indeed true that Jews invented the Hamitic myth, whereby it was said that Ham, the son of Noah, was cursed in the book of Genesis. And somehow it was said that Ham was the progenitor of the African race, and that all Africans would be cursed and enslaved for time immemorial because of this so-called biblical curse on Ham. We now know that it was Jewish scholars who invented the story of the Hamitic myth, which has plagued black people from that point on. Yes, it is true. We now know that Jews were very importantly involved in the slave trade in medieval times, both, as Professor Clark has said, in the East, in the Arabic areas, and also in Europe. That is even before our African slave trade to the Americas. Yes, it is true, as we now know. The Jews were the ones who invented what came to be known as white slavery, whereby Jewish entrepreneurs in Europe in the late 19th century prostituted their own Jewish women, sent them around the world as prostitutes, what came to be known as white slavery. Yes, it is true, as we now know, the Jews were heavily invested in the Dutch West India Company. The Dutch West India Company, that company which was a private corporation doing the job of colonizing, which was responsible in large measure for the African slave trade. The Dutch West India Company that owned the Elmina Fort in what is now Ghana. The Dutch West India Company that brought slaves from Africa to the Caribbean, to South America. The same Dutch West India Company that brought the first slaves to New York, when it was still New Amsterdam. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that the Jews were the major element in the slave trade in Brazil in the 1600s, in Suriname, in Curacao, in Barbados, in Jamaica. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that the two largest single shipments of slaves coming into this country in the 18th century were on ships owned by Jews. It is true, as we now know, that Aaron Lopez biggest slave ship owner in the United States of America was a Jew. It is also true, as we now know, that all the rum distilleries in Newport, Rhode Island, in the era of the slave trade were owned by Jews. Rum, as we know, was a very important item in the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, it is true, as we now know, that there was a higher per capita ownership of slaves in the United States of America by Jews than by white Gentiles. We now know from the 1830 census of the US of A that something like 75% of Jewish households own slaves, as opposed to just 30-odd% for the white population as a whole. All of this information is contained in the secret relationship between blacks and Jews. And all of this information is based on the work of Jewish historians. So how come that we have a situation, an amazing situation developing here, where the Jewish leadership in this country is trying to deny the undeniable? And the only reason why the Jewish leadership has been able to place itself into this untenable and indefensible position, it seems to me, is because they have become drunk with power. They have gotten into the habit of easy victories over our people. Professor Clark said no more easy victories. We have won some easy victories in the past, and they have become so drunk with the power coming out of those easy victories, and have become so arrogant and so conceited that they have come to the point now where they believe that they can in fact defend the indefensible. The Jeffries case has shown that the time has come to an end, that from now on they will be forced to deal on an intellectual level with an aroused black community, and once we force them to deal on an intellectual level, the Jeffries case has shown, and I hope that my case will show, that they cannot win. Jewish power over black institutions in this country is based in large measure on the apparent liberalism of Jews in relation to black people in the 20th century. And what this book does, by showing the Jewish role in slavery and the slave trade, it punctures that balloon, that liberal balloon. It shows that Jews were in fact not a liberal community as far as black people were concerned for most of the history of Africans in America. And so as soon as that balloon is punctured, the whole apparatus of Jewish power over black people, which rests on this alleged Jewish liberalism, then becomes in a very perilous situation. And that, to my mind, partially explains the frenetic, crazy, insane way in which the Jewish community has tried to defend the indefensible by trying to deny their involvement in the African slave trade. Now, Jewish liberalism, like I said, is a 20th century phenomenon. Apparent Jewish liberalism is a 20th century phenomenon. Clearly, they weren't liberals during the slave trade if 75% of the Jewish households had slaves, and if they owned the largest shipments of slaves coming to this country, and if they owned all the rum distilleries in Newport, Rhode Island.
And a lot of people don't know this. And then people don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
Well, wait a minute, that's a whole nother thing. Let's take a break.
What I'm about to say is very important to white people and to black people. Yeah? Slavery was not started by white people. It was started by Jews. It's called the Jewish Atlantic slave trade. What they did is they brought black people from Africa, they brought them and they sold them to the white Christians. And then they scapegoated the white man, which is why a lot of black people like the white man. The white man, fuck that. It's not about the white man. The white man didn't start slavery, bro. The Jew started slavery and he scapegoated the white man. He scapegoated the white man. Now, we got black people that I know, my brethren, that are like, oh, the white man, the white man. I am telling them, forget that. It's not the white man. The white man's not the problem, bro. The black man, the Arab, the Muslim, they are not the fucking problem.
How does the Torah view non-Jews? Does the Torah view non-Jews as inferior to Jews?
Well, we are the chosen people. We are racist. We are racist.
We are racist.
Meaning that we know God chose us to be His people. We know that non-Jews were created for a purpose. They're God's creations, and they have their place in the world. And they have their place in the world.
When the Messiah comes, that non-Jews will end up being like slaves to Jews and things like that. Is that part of, like, where does that come from?
What you're saying is correct. What you're saying is correct.
And what does it mean?
יעבדוך עמים. יעבדוך עמים. ישתחוו לחלומי. יעבדוך עמים. It says here, יעבדוך עמים. The lands will work for you. יעבדוך עמים. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll ask in English. Do you believe that the Gentiles, the Goyim, will one day become the slaves of the Jews?
It's not a belief. It's part of the Torah.
Okay.
And they don't want the Jewish person to work.
אתה חושב שהגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים יום אחד?
אמורים להיות.
אוקיי, מה זאת אומרת, כאילו, אמורים להיות?
לפי מה שכתוב בתורה, הגויים אמורים להיות העבדים שלנו.
אוקיי.
אבל היהודי היה במשך כל השנים העם הכי נרדף. מצד שני, כשמשיח יבוא, הוא יהיה העם הכי נבחר אחרי כל מה שקרה לו במשך כל השנים.
האם אתה מאמין שהגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים יום אחד?
כן, זה כתוב בתורה.
אוקיי, ומה זה אומר?
בתורה אני מאמין.
כן? ומה כתוב? כתוב בפירוש שהגויים יהיו עבדים שלנו?
אחרי ביאת המשיח, אני אומר, כתוב אחרי ביאת המשיח, אני לא יכול להביא את הפסוק המדויק, אבל כתוב שאחרי ביאת המשיח יהיה מלחמה מאוד מאוד גדולה, ובסופו של דבר כן, הגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים במשך תקופה, ואחרי זה העולם יחזור כאילו לקדמותו. זה מה שאני...
אוקיי, ומה זה?
על כל... טוב, אני לא עוד פעם להביא את המספר המדויק, על כל יהודי אמור להיות 800 או יותר עבדים.
אדם זה הכוונה, הנשמה של עם ישראל שלו מדרגה יותר גבוהה מהגויים.
שמה?
הנשמה של עם ישראל שלו מדרגה יותר גבוהה מהגויים.
הם חיות, הם קרויים בהמות, כתוב אתם קרויים מועדון ואין הם קרויים מועדון.
זהו, אבל לא הם בהמות.
נכון, לא כתוב שהם בהמות.
אבל יש לך הסבר על זה, נכון? למה הם...
רגע, זה מה שאני רוצה להבין. רגע, שקט. אז כן, מה כתוב? זה מה שאני לא מבין.
כתוב שאתם קרויים אדם, והגויים לא קרויים אדם, זה מה שכתוב.
לא קרויים?
לא קרויים אדם, לא קוראים להם אדם.
אוקיי, אז מה קוראים להם?
אדם זה הדמל העליון.
אדם הוא בן אדם שהוא שונה מהבהמה. אם הבן אדם עושה את מעשה הבהמה, אז הוא כמו הבהמה, מה זה שווה? כל בן אדם צריך לשלוט על עצמו. זה היהודים שולטים על עצמם. אם היצר אומר להם לעשות דבר והם לא עושים, אז הוא בן אדם.
אוקיי, אבל יש מישהו שהוא לא יהודי שעושה מה שצריך, הוא בן אדם או לא בן אדם?
צריך לעשות דברים נורמליים, בדרך כלל הם עושים, הם יכולים להרוג אנשים שלא רואים אותם. יהודי לא יהרוג יהודי אפילו שלא רואים אותם.
שנייה, אדם זה על שם הדמל העליון. אדם זה כביכול הדמל האלוקי. אוקיי? זה פירוש אדם. אנחנו הפכנו את זה, זאת אומרת העם הפך את זה, והאדם בן אדם, כמובן אתה בן אדם, אתה צריך להתנהג כמו בן אדם, אבל בעיקרון זה על שם עליון. אדם זה הדמל העליון, וכיוון שאנחנו בנים של אלוקים, אז הוא קרא לנו בני אדם. עכשיו, הגויים מה שאין, כן? אלוקים עשה אותם בשביל שיעשו פה...
בשביל לשרת את היהודים. שאתה רואה שיש בעולם, המיליארדים האלה, הם הכל רק בשביל שהיהודים יהיה להם איזה תועלת.
עכשיו,
אנחנו לא רואים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים בדיוק.
כן, היות ואנחנו בגלות, אז אוטומטי עדיין הם עוד לא משרתים אותנו לגמרי, רק חלקית.
כל אחד יהיה לו, כשמשיח יבוא, אז כל אחד יהיה לו אלפים עבדים, 2,800 עבדים.
בינתיים המשיח לא כאן, אז איך הם משרתים אותנו?
הם בונים לנו רכבים,
בסדר, לא יודעים.
דירות, בניינים, הם בונים את זה. למה? משרתים את היהודים.
A kid today is less likely to be born under a roof with his biological mother and biological father than a kid during slavery. In 1965, 25% of black kids were born outside of wedlock. Now that number is almost 70%. Right. You cannot blame that on slavery. Right. Clearly, 2019 is less racist than 1965, which is less racist than 1865. That is the number one problem facing the black community. Look at the latitude that this country gives black people. I was watching a commercial yesterday with Samuel Jackson. Samuel Jackson has a bunch of commercials. So does James Earl Jones. So does Morgan Freeman. All three of them have made vicious comments about white people, vicious comments about Republican Party, vicious comments about the Tea Party. Recently, Sam Jackson went off on a profane rant against Donald Trump, calling him an MFer.
Disgusting.
A bunch of times. Who can do that and still have a Capital One commercial?
Only black people.
Name a conservative commentator who would have gone off on Obama, calling Obama an MFer, and retained any endorsements.
None. Zero. No. We have, there is black privilege in this country, by the way, if anyone wants to talk about it. That's exactly what it is. I just say to myself, I read articles, and what I like to do, my favorite challenge is to replace the word black with white, right? Yeah. Like, I mean, or replace the word white with black. So
I
say,
saw
white
you do that
men.
with Sarah John.
Yeah, right? Like, white men need to just stop what they're saying. Imagine if this article said, black men need to just shut up. Heads would roll. People would be fired. But for some reason, they've condoned, and Dr. Thomas Sowell talks a lot about this, where like there's this fallacious concept, like because you've lived through something, you can now do whatever it is you've lived through. Like, okay, black people have survived racism in this country, so now we can just go ahead and be the racist. And actually, there is a lot of racism against white people in this country right now. That I see with clear eyes, right? I read articles and I go, how is this allowed? How did this make it to print? It's so obviously racist.
Hey. Bow down your face. You bow down your face to the earth. Hey, and you lick the dust off of my boot.
Let's run! Let's run! Call on y'all about you, y'all was shot!
Give it up. Give it up for the Most High in Christ. Rachel, you are a credit to your race.
Can I stand up?
Yes, you can stand up, Rachel. You see that? Rachel, you might get some mercy because you know to ask for permission to stand up. You see, there's something called karma. What goes around comes around.
That's right. I agree.
We were enslaved. One day your people are going to be slaves to us.
These women here, these white women here, man. Like I said,
what are your names? What is your name?
Natasha.
Natasha. What is your name?
Cecilia.
Cecilia.
You have a certain sympathy towards what happened to our people. And we can genuinely say, look, you genuinely feel sorry about what happened to our people. A lot of them that stand behind that flag, they hate the sight of us. You understand? So, go ahead and get your boot kids, brother. So when Christ returns, you may have some mercy in the kingdom of heaven. You understand? So that's what it's about.
The earth that licked up the dust of thy feet.
Now this Joshua say he's a good white man. He feels sorry for the crimes that his white race did, man. You understand? So this we gonna do. You gotta kiss my boot. Go ahead, kiss my boot. Now you gotta kiss this brother boot. Come here, come on. You understand? This is the true purpose of the Lord, man. Coming in Hollywood, you understand? Come on, the Walker Bar. The Walker Bar. Everybody in the camp. Let's go, rank order. Let's go, Regalia. You know, man, let this man kiss your foot, all right? Kedai one, let's go. Y'all, what's up? Come over here, all right? Lahab, you next. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lahab. Alonzo, get up here. Shadarak, you next. Damn right. Come your shadow! Come your shadow! Come your shadow!
Just kiss the boot. Officer Natazar, if you don't mind, sir. 1. Keep going. Where we at? Who after Officer Natazar? Oh, it's Officer McGunn. Officer McGunn, come get your boot, Kiss Hebrew. Let's get it. Let's get it. Who next? Oh, me. Go ahead, McGunn. Most High in Christ. Who after me? Dawada? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Who next? Lahab? Come on, Lahab. For the Mexicans, man, they're racing people building the wall. You understand? Against this brother. This is his land. This is his homeland. You understand? Who next? Zion Kid. Come on, man. Y'all gotta recognize who the priests and the prophets of the Lord are. Y'all gotta recognize what's going on in the earth.
And their queens by nursing mothers. That's right. They shall bow down.
Go ahead, bow down. That's what the scriptures say. Keep going.
To thee with their faces toward the earth.
With their face toward the earth. That's what you would do if you was really repentant. For the priests and prophets of the Lord. For the priests and prophets of the Lord. To rise up against our oppressors. To rise up against what's evil and right. And do what's just in the earth. And get justice for our people. The Lord will get justice for our people.
That's right. We don't got no justice. He tried to give us a little justice. Who else want to kiss our boots as the Bible says?
Towards the earth.
Put your face towards the earth. Okay. Finish read.
And lick up the dust of thy feet.
All right, now that means not actually you licking the dust off of our feet, but kissing our boots. It shows humility. No, our boots.
It's what you said about this black privilege.
Right. There definitely is black privilege in this country, and they say, "Oh, you're Uncle Tom, you're a coon."
Mm-hmm.
We are as a whole on the community not very nice to white people right now.
Excuse me. Hey, excuse me. I work for Black Lives Matter.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I work for Black Lives Matter. I'm sorry that I scared you.
That's okay.
But since I work for that company, my CEO has told me to come out today and to bring you on your knees because you have white privilege. So if they see that a white person is getting on their knees, that shows solidarity for the situation. And could you just please apologize for your white privilege? Just apologize?
I am. I'm trying to think of the right words to say because that's a big thing to say.
It's big.
It comes from.
It's large in this country.
I'm incredibly sorry that.
You know, with this country, we have that President Donald Duck, that clown in office. You know, he's brought a lot of bigotry, and you're not a part of it, right?
No, God, jeez.
No. And so,
Thank you for letting me have a moment of reflection.
Okay, you have a great day.
Sorry for what your forefathers did? You are? How are you willing to show that?
Any way I can.
Any way you can? You want to bow down to me right here? At my feet? You can lay that boards up right here. What's your name, by the way?
I'm Paige.
Paige. You bow down and kiss my shoe. Kiss my shoe. Right. And say you're sorry for what your forefathers did.
I'm sorry for what my forefathers have done.
Okay.
But I will say this, it's not just black people. The white on white crime is even worse on the internet. I mean, the way that white liberals go after white conservatives as if it's a token, it's virtue signaling of the highest plight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they say, well, I feel good about myself. We don't even have to be offended because we have white liberals that are offended for us,
Right.
Policing the internet and telling us what to be offended by because they undermine us so much that, shh, don't even say anything, black person. I'm offended for you. That stuff drives me absolutely bonkers.
And finally, new rule, white liberals have to start listening to me when I tell them you can't be more offended than the victim. It happened again last week when presidential contender Andrew Yang faced criticism because he said that SNL should not have fired comedian Shane Gillis over racist comments Gillis made about Asians. That's when the internet did what it does best and deemed Yang a racist for not being offended. Because if he wasn't offended, well, someone had to be. There was a study done last year where people were asked to rate their feelings about various races, and white liberals were the only group that has a bias against themselves. They want to hang out only with people who are not them. That's like your mother preferring the neighbor's kids. There is a weird self-loathing going on among white liberals, and it's not helping anyone. Lifting up those whose society has cheated or forsaken, that's liberalism. Hating all things white is just tedious virtue signaling. Folks, you don't need to advertise it. What's with the I'm embarrassed to be white subgenre on the internet? I'm finding myself constantly embarrassed to be white. I'm watching Tall Girl, and I've never been so embarrassed to be white. Retweet if you're embarrassed to be white. Jesus, fuck. Rosanna Arquette tweeted, "I'm sorry I was born white and privileged. It disgusts me and I feel so much shame." Exactly. You know what might be the worst part of white shame? You bore the fuck out of black people at parties. I know.
I mean, learn how to dance.
You meet black people and say things like, "Black Panther was so meaningful to me." No, it wasn't. It wasn't a cultural milestone for you. I have taken an informal sampling among some black folks I know, and the consensus seems to be awareness, yes. But black folks are not asking whites to always be flagellating themselves, because it makes everything awkward. Awkward. It puts the burden on black people to absolve you. It's really... It's really asking black people to, again, do something for you. Forgive me. Absolve me. Recognize that I'm one of the good white people. Jesus. Here's my question. How many white liberals would pay actual reparations? Real money taken out of your paycheck every week. If you really feel this bad about the whole race thing, if being white is really this toxic for society, let's tax it. We will come up with just the right dollar figure to offset the exact amount of you being a fucking loser. A lame white loser. Now pay up, you fucking white piece of shit. You fucking worm. I mean, that's what you want to hear, isn't it? Isn't it, maggot, you fuck? You want to be told what a disgusting piece of white shit you are, you white piece of shit. We need laughing with each other, finding out what's good about each other, befriending, enjoying somebody's company without thinking every minute, I'm with a person of color. You're with a person. And you are not uncool just because you're white.
White people, you hold up these Black Lives Matter signs, you need to wake up. No, well, we've been talking to some white people. It's like, man, I put it up because, man, yeah, because you think it makes you feel good. You're just throwing gas to the flames. A white person walking up the street with a damn Black Lives Matter sign. You got to be smoking crack cocaine. Look here. They do it because they feel guilty of what they did. You don't do things because it makes you feel good. No. You do things because it's the right thing to do. Yeah.
The white guilt thing, I want to lead the black conservative movement, then I want to destroy feminism, and then I need to come up with a solution to the white guilt thing. That's that's my 2019 schedule. Mm-hmm. White guilt phenomenon. I genuinely don't understand it. They hate being white, or do they just feel so good when they yell at other white people for blacks and Hispanics?
Okay, well, come on, show us, Lori. Now, okay, go ahead, step on up, brother. Go ahead, Lori. There you go. Now that's a...
The secret is that we have America. We have America. America.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
America and Israel share an unbreakable bond.
AIPAC is one of the reasons why.
All of us share a fundamental belief that the freedom and security of Israel are a vital interest of the United States of America.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it? We think the price is worth it.
how is it possible that Israel can continue to get away with flouting international law, even to the most obscene levels of using things like white phosphorus on civilian populations, chemical weapons on civilian populations. In order to understand how Israel can get away with these things, we have to understand what is power in this world. And if you want to understand power, then you need to know who controls the financial system, who controls the issuance of money. The bankers run the world, quite famously. This is very well understood by those of us who understand the nature of power. And those who run the world have Israel as their favorite little plaything. They also happen to own, the bankers who run the financial system, they also happen to have bought off and paid for every prostitute who can be bought off in the governments of the world, in the mainstream media, and virtually every aspect of human society. So this is how Israel can get away with this. This is how Israel, at the IAEA meeting this last Friday, can get away with another pass and not have their nuclear plant inspected, to not have their nuclear arsenal inspected, to not have their chemical weapons arsenal inspected, because they enjoy the favor of the entire world, of the prostitutes who are bought and paid for by those who run the financial system. So until we change that financial system, Israel will continue to enjoy the benefits of being able to run roughshod over the world and get away with literally bloody murder. And it is this infected ideology of supremacism which has allowed the United States and its citizens effectively to sit by while we have committed one atrocity after another. If we go back to World War II, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the firebombing of Tokyo, Dresden, the firebombing of Dresden was particularly hideous. We can go on to the Korean War and Vietnam War. In the Vietnam War, we dropped more bombs than all of World War II combined. 20 million bomb craters created there. We killed probably 2 to 4 million Vietnamese or Asians, Cambodians and Laotians as well. We have committed one crime after another. We have supported dictators like Suharto, Pinochet. We've kidnapped many people around the world. We have a long list of crimes over and over again, and the only way that that was possible is because we subscribe to an ideology of supremacism. Israel is a nation-state based with citizens who are infected with a supremacist ideology that makes them believe that they are, quote, chosen. And as chosen people, everyone else who is not chosen is effectively subhuman.
A deepening antagonism seems to be developing worldwide.
Today I want to talk about a war that the mainstream media is ignoring. There's a worldwide war on Christianity.
I am concerned about this report about Syrian rebels and the ceasefire with ISIS. Senator Paul,
that's not true.
Well,
it's not true.
It's not true.
Whether I don't care about the report. I know these people intimately. We talk to them all the time.
We watch horrific images of Christians being beheaded, slaughtered, their throats slit, absolutely mowed down, shot in the back of the head.
I know these people intimately. We talk to them all the time.
It is beyond naive to suggest the U.S. doesn't have its fingerprints all over ISIS. In fact, tell me this, why has ISIS never once, or Al-Nusra Front, or Al-Qaeda, not once have they attacked Israel?
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know.
My privilege and my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Masha and Nadia from Pussy Riot.
And however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means.
We are no longer a Christian nation. We are no longer a Christian nation.
Britain today in practice is increasingly anti-Christian.
Many believe the architect of Britain's new anti-Christian culture was former Prime Minister Tony Blair, who championed gay rights. By some estimates, it only took about 10 years to almost completely undermine Britain's Christian heritage. Barring a sudden move of God, it's likely to take far longer to restore it.
Ganz ehrlich, der Islam wird in Deutschland kommen, ob du willst oder nicht. Deine Tochter wird Kopftuch tragen. Sein Sohn wird Bart tragen. Okay? Und deine Tochter wird einen Bärtigen heiraten. So, und wir vermehren uns immer mehr. Ihr Deutschen kriegt ja keine Kinder. Ihr kriegt höchstens, wenn es hochkommt, 2 Kinder. Wir machen 7, 8. Alhamdulillah. Okay, Kollege? Und dann nehmen wir uns auch nochmal 4 Frauen, dann haben wir 22 Kinder. So, ihr habt vielleicht ein Kind und ein Hündchen. Ne? Und das war's. Kollege, das ist nicht unsere Schuld, das ist eure Schuld. Wenn ihr unsere Länder ausgebeutet habt, ne, kolonisiert habt, damit du einen Mercedes fahren kannst und deine Digitalkamera da benutzen kannst, ne? So macht Allah Azza wa Jal, der allmächtige Gott, macht das so, dass wir euch erobern, nicht mit Krieg hier in Deutschland, sondern mit Geburtenraten, erstens. Und zweitens, wir heiraten eure Töchter. Ja? Und deine Tochter wird Kopftuch tragen. So, jetzt kannst du richtig einmal durchdrehen. Ja, man sieht schon richtig den Hass in deinen Augen.
Wenn das Judentum sich etwa einbildet, einen internationalen Weltkrieg zur Ausrottung der europäischen Rassen herbeiführen zu können, dann wird das Ergebnis nicht die Ausrottung der europäischen Rassen, sondern die Ausrottung des Judentums in Europa sein. Über Europa hinaus, über die ganze Welt verbreiten. Das internationale Judentum wird in seiner ganzen dämonischen Gefahr erkannt werden. Wir Nationalsozialisten werden dafür sorgen. In Europa ist diese Gefahr erkannt und Staat um Staat schließt sich unsere Gesetzgebungen an. Sie haben mich immer als Prophet ausgelacht. Von denen, die damals lachten, lachen heute unzählige nicht mehr.
Sie sollen sich fürchten. Einmal wird unsere Geduld zu Ende sein und dann wird den Juden das freche Lügen mal gestoppt werden.
Wenn der Jude an uns Rache nehmen könnte, was glaubt ihr, was mit euren Frauen, euren Töchtern, euren Bräuchen und so weiter geschehen würde? Was glaubt ihr, wie dieser teuflische Hass, der bestialische, sich im deutschen Volke austoben würde? Nein! Wer nicht kämpfen will, der fällt ebenso!
Vor uns liegt Deutschland, in uns marschiert Deutschland und hinter uns kommt Deutschland! Ich frage euch, vertraut ihr dem Führer?
Über Europa hinaus, über die ganze Welt verbreiten. Das internationale Judentum wird in seiner ganzen dämonischen Gefahr erkannt werden. Wir Nationalsozialisten werden dafür sorgen.
Totaler Verteidigungskrieg. Er ist von unseren Feinden aufgezogen worden. Sie wollen uns niederschlagen, um uns wieder auf die Stufe eines Sklavenvolkes herabzudrücken. Dagegen gibt es nur ein Mittel. Nicht Nachgiebigkeit, sondern eisernen Verteidigungswillen.
Es waren 300 Männer, meine Kameraden. Jahrtausende sind vergangen. Und heute gilt dieser Kampf dort, dieses Opfer dort, noch so heroisch, so als Beispiel höchsten Soldatentums. Und es wird auch einmal heißen, kommst du nach Deutschland, so berichte, habest uns in Stalingrad liegen sehen, wie das Gesetz, das heißt, das Gesetz der Sicherheit unseres Volkes es befohlen hat.
We will stand and fight. No retreat, no surrender. A new age
An age of freedom. Sieg Heil! 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 Sieg Heil!
Und ich fasste damals den Entschluss, es als einzelner Unbekannter zu wagen, diese Zerreißung den Krieg anzusagen und über diese Partei hinweg das deutsche Volk eben doch wieder auf einer Ebene zusammenzufassen.
Und nun sehen wir, wie Stand um Stand zusammenbricht. Der Mittelstand allmählich verzweifelt, Hunderttausende von Existenzen ausgelöscht werden, Jahr für Jahr Zehntausende von Konkurse, Hunderttausende von Zwangsversteigerungen stattfinden. Und dann frisst das hinüber auf den Bauernstand. Er beginnt zu verelenden, der fleißigste Stand im ganzen Volk. Er geht zugrunde, kann nicht mehr existieren. Und dann greift es endlich zurück wieder nach der Stadt. Und die Arbeitslosenarmee beginnt nun zu wachsen. 1, 2, 3 Millionen, 4 Millionen, 5 Millionen, 6 Millionen, 7 Millionen. Heute mögen es 7 bis 8 Millionen tatsächlich sein. Sie haben vernichtet, was sie vernichten konnten. In 14-jähriger Arbeit, in der sie von niemandem gestört worden sind. So sieht es heute in Deutschland aus, unter dem Regiment. Diese Parteien, die 14 Jahre lang unser Volk regierten. Und es ist nun die Frage, wie lange noch?
Am 30. Januar sind in Deutschland die Würfel gefallen. Und ich glaube nicht, dass die Gegner, die damals mochten, heute auch noch lachen.
Eine Vielzahl deutscher Männer. Männer, die entschlossen und bereit sind, die Prinzipien der Volksgemeinschaft nicht nur theoretisch zu vertreten, sondern praktisch zu verwirklichen. Eine Gemeinschaft ohne Ansehen der Herkunft, des Standes, des Berufes, des Vermögens, der Bildung. Eine Gemeinschaft in einem großen Glauben und in einem großen Wollen. Nicht für Stand und nicht für Partei, nicht für Beruf und nicht für Klasse, sondern Parteien für unser Deutschland. Sehen Sie in diesen Fahren nicht ein äußeres Zeichen, sondern sehen Sie in ihnen zugleich eine lebendige Verpflichtung. Hunderte und Hunderte sind für sie gefallen. Zehntausende wurden verletzt. Hunderttausende haben Stellung und Beruf verloren. Übergroße Treue alle aber hat sie von der Fahne der Opposition gemacht zur Fahne des Reiches. Und der Himmel kann Zeuge sein. Die Schuld unseres Volkes ist gelöscht. Der Frevel ist gesühnt. Die Schande ist beseitigt. Die Männer des Novembers sind gestürzt und ihr Regiment ist gebrochen. Die heutige Generation, sie trägt Deutschlands Schicksal, Deutschlands Zukunft oder Deutschlands Untergang. Und unsere Gegner, sie schreien es heute raus, Deutschland soll untergehen. Und Deutschland kann ihnen nur eine Antwort geben. Deutschland wird leben und Deutschland wird leben.
Wer den Kampf mit Juda beginnt, einen Kampf auf Leben und Tod beginnt, ein Versailler Friede kommt nicht noch einmal. Sollten wir Deutschen in diesem Kampf nicht werden, dann würde dieses deutsche Volk mit Stumpf und Kies ausgerattert. Der Jude würde ein Erbarmen nicht kennen, die Gnade nicht kennen. Es geht ein Kampf auf Leben und Tod. sein oder nicht sein. Ob Jehova, ob der Rache, würde nicht retten.
Dieser Kampf muss ausgetragen werden, ob wir wollen oder nicht. Dieser Kampf ist unerbittlich und unabänderlich. Der Jude wollte diesen Krieg.
Alles angestiftet und alles gemacht und alles verantwortet von den Männern des Novembers 1918. Dann kam der Verfall unserer Kultur, diese Welle von Verfechtung unseres ganzen kulturellen Lebens, der Zersetzung unserer Literatur, der Vergiftung unseres Theaters, der Kino, die ganze Kunst, sie wird nun langsam vernarrt. Millionen unserer deutschen Volksgenossen nehmen gar keinen Anteil mehr. Sie sagt ihnen nichts mehr. Diese Kunst, die nicht aus unserem Volk geboren worden ist, sondern die uns fremd ist und fremd bleiben wird, die nichts mit deutschem Wesen zu tun hat und nicht aus unserer Seele kam, nur durch eine geschäftige Presse unserem Volk aufoktroyiert worden, mundgerecht gemacht worden. Und parallel damit beginnt der Angriff gegen die Erziehung unserer Jugend, die Vergiftung der kleinen Kindergehirne schon, das Herausreißen aller Erinnerungen an unsere deutsche Vergangenheit, die Beschimpfung aller großen Männer unseres Volkes, das Entfernen der Erinnerung an sie aus den Herzen und aus dem Gehirn dieser kleinen deutschen Jugend und damit im Großen eine Besudelung der deutschen Geschichte überhaupt. Nichts, was einst groß war, nichts, was mitgeholfen hat, diesen Staat und dieses Volk zu begründen, stark zu machen, wurde nun verschont von diesen zersetzenden und zerfressenden Angriffen. Alles heruntergezogen, angefangen von den Symbolen der Vergangenheit, von Kokarden und Fahnen, bis zu den großen Männern unserer Geschichte.
Sie alle haben zugleich auch die Schmach im Herzen getragen des Zusammenbruchs vom Jahr 1918-19. Auch in ihnen hat das gefressen und auch in ihnen hat das immer gewühlt. Wie oft sind wir beisammen gesessen, immer von dem einen Gedanken durchglüht. Das muss in unserer Geschichte wieder repariert werden. Das kann nicht so dauern und kann nicht so bleiben. Das würde das deutsche Volk für alle Zeit mit einer Schande belasten. Das werden wir beseitigen aus unserer Geschichte. Das werden wir wieder wegwaschen. Wir werden wieder aufrichten Deutschland der Ehre und der Macht und der Kraft und der Herrlichkeit. Das lassen wir nicht am Mund ruhen. Deutschland muss wieder auferstehen, so oder so. Und in dem Geist haben wir damals gekämpft. In diesem Geist sind wir gefallen. In dem Geist wurde dann der Kampf erst recht weitergeführt. Und in dem Geist stehen wir nun heute vor der anderen Welt und werden das durchsetzen, wofür auch die jetzt gefallen sind. Sie glauben, Deutschland zu vernichten. Sie werden irren. Aus dem Kampf wird erst Deutschland erstehen. Unter einer Führung, mit einem Willen, zusammengefügt zu einer Gemeinschaft. Und hier wird die Partei in Erinnerung an die einstigen Toten erst recht ihre große Mission erfüllen müssen. Sie wird die Trägerin sein dieses Willens, der Geschlossenheit, der Einheit und damit unserer deutschen Volksgemeinschaft. Auch andere haben das nicht geglaubt. Sie sind vorerst von Herrn Churchill, Herrn Chamberlain, Herrn Halifax und so weiter belehrt worden.
Sie hatte dabei wirklich das Ziel, im Frieden zu bleiben. Und Sie kennen ja aus vielen Kundgebungen, aus zahlreichen Versammlungen und aus meinen Publikationen meine außenpolitische Vision, die ich damals hatte. Ich wollte ein engstes Freundschaftsverhältnis mit England herstellen. Ich dachte mir, die beiden germanischen Rassen müssten eigentlich zusammengehen. Ich wollte dann das gleiche Verhältnis mit Italien herstellen. Und ich dachte damals bereits an Japan, als eine weitere Macht, mit der wir, weil gänzlich ohne Interessengegensätze würden, zusammengehen können. Soweit es nun sich um Italien handelt,
ist dieser Versuch ja, wie Sie wissen, gelungen. Es ist leider misslungen mit England. Ganz gegen unseren eigenen Wunsch. Es war nicht unsere Schuld. Im Gegenteil, ich habe bis zum letzten Moment noch, ich habe damals schon gesehen, wie gewisse Kriegshetzer seit Jahren unentwegt hetzen, ohne dass ihnen das Handwerk gelegt worden war. Und es konnte ja keinen Zweifel mehr geben, dass das geschah, um eines Tages das britische Volk in Wut und Hass gegen Deutschland zu bringen, während umgekehrt das deutsche Volk bei meiner Einstellung natürlich gegen England überhaupt keinen Hass empfand, so dass eines Tages Deutschland gänzlich seelisch ungerüstet in den Krieg hineingedaumelt wäre. So ist der Kampf gekommen. Ich habe auch hier alles getan, was ein Mensch überhaupt tun konnte, fast zur Selbstentwürdigung, um es zu vermeiden. Ich habe den Engländern Angebot gemacht. Ich habe mit ihren Diplomaten hier gesprochen und habe sie beschworen, sie möchten doch Vernunft annehmen. Aber es war nicht zu wollen, sie wollten den Krieg und sie haben auch gar keinen Hehl gemacht. Seit 7 Jahren erklärt Mr. Churchill, ich will keinen Krieg. Ich habe das bedauert, dass Völker gegeneinander kämpfen müssen, die ich so gerne zusammenführen wollte. Ich habe so oft die Hand geboten, es war umsonst. Sie wollten diesen Kampf, sie sollen ihn jetzt haben. Und das deutsche Volk wird diesen Kampf weiter durchführen, bis zu einer ganz klaren Entscheidung. Das deutsche Volk will endlich Frieden haben. Und zwar einen Frieden, der es arbeiten lässt, der nicht jeden internationalen Lug es ermöglicht, andere Völker gegen uns aufzuhetzen. Diese Leute natürlich, für sie ist ja der Krieg der größte Verdienst. Ich habe keinen Grund, Krieg zu führen, aus irgendwelchen materiellen Interessen. Für uns kann er nur traurig sein. Uns nimmt er die Zeit, dem deutschen Volk und der ganzen Gemeinschaft unendlich viel Arbeit und Arbeitskraft. Ich habe keine Rüstungsaktien in meinem Besitz. Ich verdiene in diesem Kampf nichts. Ich würde glücklich sein, wenn ich wieder arbeiten könnte, so wie ich früher für mein Volk gearbeitet habe. Aber diese internationalen Verbrecher, sie sind zugleich die größten Rüstungsgewinner, die es gibt. Ihnen gehören die ganzen Fabriken. Sie machen die Geschäfte. Es sind die gleichen Leute, die wir früher auch in Deutschland hatten. Ich wünsche nicht den Kampf. Wenn er mir jemals aber aufgezwungen wird, dann werde ich ihn führen, solange in mir auch nur ein Atemzug lebendig ist. Ich kann ihn heute führen, weil ich es weiß, dass hinter mir das ganze deutsche Volk steht. Wenn dieser Krieg abgeschlossen sein wird, dann soll in Deutschland ein großes Schaffen beginnen. Dann wird ein großes Aufbruch unter deutschen Lande ertönen. Dann wird das deutsche Volk die Fabrikation der Kanonen einstellen und wird dann beginnen, mit den Werken des Friedens unserer neuen Aufbauarbeit für die Millionen Massen.
Once upon a time there was a charming prince, warm soul and arms of steel, but luckless on his love. Once upon a time an angel prayed for him, they had a destiny, remember shadows try to keep our hearts away forever. It never came true. My love was within you. When you said together till the end, we would stay together, chasing down forever. Yet here I stand alone on this broken road, searching for my shadow. broken promise made makes me strive to push through pain. And I will fight the darkness with all the light I have within. Every page before this time now erased from my mind. I'll rewrite my weakness into strength. Through all your lies spoken, I remain unbroken, stronger than before. For the stand, blood on the ground and mud on your hands. Take another breath and make another try. You think you're gonna break and you think you're gonna die. Get off the dirt and listen to the crowd screaming your name, scream it out loud. I know you think you can, I know you think you're done, but we can't stop until we won. You're not alone, we're not afraid. Unleash it all again, returning to the fight, victory inside. The crowd will soon ignite, so light up the night. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Ja, das deutsche Volk war ja damals eine Demokratie vor uns. Und es ist ausgeplündert und ausgepresst worden. Nein, was heißt für diese internationalen Hyänen Demokratie oder autoritärer Staat? Das interessiert die gar nicht. Es interessiert sie nur eines. Ist jemand bereit, sich ausplündern zu lassen? Ja oder nein? Ist jemand dumm genug, dabei stillzuhalten? Ja oder nein? Und wenn eine Demokratie dumm genug ist, dabei stillzuhalten, dann ist sie gut. Und wenn ein autoritärer Staat erklärt, ihr plündert unser Volk nicht aus, weder innen noch außen, dann ist das schlecht. In diesen Ländern regiert tatsächlich das Kapital. Sie reden von der Freiheit der Presse. In Wirklichkeit hat jede dieser Zeitungen einen Herrn. Und dieser Herr ist in jedem Fall der Geldgeber. Diese Presse moduliert nun die öffentliche Meinung. Diese Parteien unterscheiden sich so wenig voneinander, als sie früher bei uns voneinander unterschieden haben. Sie kennen sie ja, die alten Parteien. Das war immer eines und dasselbe. Nun müsste man doch meinen, dass vor allem in diesen Ländern der Freiheit und des Reichtums ein unerhörtes Wohlleben für das Volk bestehen müsste. Es ist aber umgekehrt. In diesen Ländern der sogenannten Demokratie wird ja überhaupt gar nicht das Volk in den Mittelpunkt der Betrachtung gerückt. Was entscheidend ist ausschließlich die Existenz dieser paar Macher der Demokratie. Das heißt also, die Existenz dieser paar hundert gigantischen Kapitalisten, die im Besitz ihrer ganzen Werke, ihrer ganzen Aktien sind und die letzten Endes damit diese Völker ausschließlich dirigieren, die breite Masse interessiert für nicht den geringsten.
Es sind die einzigen, die wirklich als internationale Elemente anzusprechen sind, weil sie überall ihre Geschäfte betätigen können. Es ist eine kleine, wurzellose, internationale Clique, die die Völker gegeneinander hetzt, die nicht will, dass sie zur Ruhe kommen. Sie können uns unterdrücken. Sie können uns meinetwegen töten. Kapitulieren werden wir nicht.
Unser deutsches Volk siegt!
Sie haben früher alle gelacht, diese Juden. Sie haben das für einen Spaß gehalten. Sie lachen heute nicht mehr. Sie wissen, es ist ein blutiger Ernst geworden. Es war das ein Kampf, besonders aber auch gegen das Volk, das in unserem Land schon fast allmächtig zu sein schien. Der Kampf gegen das Judentum. Eine satanische Macht, die von unserem ganzen Volk Besitz ergriffen hatte. Die alle Schlüsselstellungen des geistigen, intellektuellen Lebens, aber auch des politischen und des wirtschaftlichen in ihre Hand gebracht hatte. Und das von den Schlüsselstellungen aus die ganze Nation überwachte. Eine Macht, die zugleich aber Einfluss besaß, denjenigen, wenn notwendig sogar mit dem Gesetz zu verfolgen, der es unternahm, sich den Kampf gegen diese Macht anzuschließen und der bereit war, Widerstand dem Vordringen dieser Macht entgegenzusetzen. Das allmächtige Judentum hat uns damals den Krieg angesagt. Und wir haben gearbeitet. Was haben wir geschafft in den Jahren bis 1939? In eben dem Maß wuchs wieder der Neid der gleichen Männer, die damals bereits Deutschland den Krieg überzogen hatten. Die Herrn Churchill begannen sofort wieder zu hetzen. Die Mr. Eden und dann natürlich die Juden an der Spitze, ein Horbelei schon, wie sie alle heißen. Sie begannen nun ihre Hetze, Jahr für Jahr. Man sagte allerdings, ja, er rüstet. Ja, das habe ich nun immer getan. Man hat mir früher auch gesagt, warum haben Sie denn dann eine SA, wenn Sie den Frieden wollen? Warum machen Sie sich denn dann eine SS, wenn Sie sowieso nur die Brüderlichkeit wollen? Weil es Leute gibt, die das nicht wollen. Und denen wollte ich zeigen, dass sie auch für den anderen Fall gerüstet sind.
Der kostbarste Besitz auf dieser Welt aber ist das eigene Volk. Und für dieses Volk und um dieses Volk wollen wir ringen und wollen wir kämpfen und niemals erlahmen und niemals ermüden und niemals verzagen und niemals verzweifeln.
can't recall when I first heard the name Joseph Mengele, or how I came to learn of his notoriety. Television programming, films, and the media no doubt played a role, but I have no idea how I learned of the claims that Mengele was a Nazi war criminal, or that he had been a wanted fugitive, or that he performed inhumane experiments on concentration camp prisoners, or that he was known as the Angel of Death. Were it not for my life taking a very unusual twist where I began a serious reevaluation of history, I would likely have accepted all the claims without much question. Were I to have become a historian, I might have supported the notion that Mengele was an evil war criminal. As it stands, I'm far from a historian and in no way an expert in World War II history, but it's been my great fortune to have seen proof to my satisfaction that history is largely a sham. I now have a concept of how harmful it is when lies and distortions become the truth and the heritage of unknowing people. To question history will often earn you the label of historical revisionist. I find that label partly accurate and partly a deliberate attempt to perpetuate historical lies. My research of Joseph Mengele has revealed a man whose character and history of activities have been distorted and invented like no other person I can think of. I haven't determined how it all came to pass or the specific purpose, but I have a few theories. I do, however, conclude that the lies had to originate somewhere, and that they were very likely part of a larger deception. World War II is a story rife with deception, many of which are impacting our lives even today. The Mengele deception is key amongst them. A few years ago, I became what is referred to as a Holocaust denier. Disbelief is probably the more accurate term. Denier implies withholding or otherwise preventing someone from an entitlement of some kind. I prefer to think of myself as anti-Holocaust, in that the entire concept was an invention of the Jewish people during the Second World War, and I know it to be nothing but a ball of lies. I don't take this stance lightly, and I don't present this view with the intent to frustrate anyone in some casual debate. My intent is to both open the door to this truth for anyone willing to find it, and to make absolutely clear to the perpetrators of the deception that I intend to fight them head on. To very briefly clarify my views, I don't deny that Jews were interned at various internment and work camps in Germany and Poland. Neither do I deny the extremely unpleasant and even deadly experience it was for a vast many of them. It may seem to some that I'm not denying much after all. But when I passed from basic awareness of the Holocaust meme into curious interest in the details, nothing added up. Before long, I could see not only blatant lies, but got the sense that I was being scammed. I wouldn't ask anyone to forget what they already know or think they know about the Holocaust. Go ahead and keep all of that ready at hand. But consider as well some of what I'm about to share and decide for yourself if you can accept any of it. I'll start with just the common use of the label Holocaust denier by proponents of the Holocaust. Isn't it possible that the term was deliberately chosen to mischaracterize the person given the label? What exactly am I or others denying occurred? Wouldn't doubter or theorist or revisionist be a more accurate term? But I suppose it could have taken root by sheer coincidence or convenience. The Holocaust meme requires that at least some number of Jews were killed in gas chambers in at least some of the camps. But it's also supported by literally